Disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a what? Mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and the pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the drive and I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Van Gogh. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm a baddie, she bad, but she totally nice. Nails are blue and her toes feel like white. They complete me, child at the soul for my leg. He do it for sure, but
What is up, party people? All right, so it's going to be a fun one. Just so everyone knows, it's going to be seem like it's topic based, but it's really not. I got a small upload I wanted to show everybody and kind of go over the reason I am doing this. Hang on, I'm trying to figure some stuff out that looks like it doesn't make sense on my screen because I got something playing in the background. Figure that out. Oh, that's why. It is the actual video. Okay, so here we go. We're good. Figured it out. Okay, so it's not going to be a very specific long stream about it. So if anybody wants to talk about whatever you want, more than fine with me. But I did want to dip my finger in a topic that I personally have almost zero clue about. And the reason that this has come up in my brain is because our wonderful friend Will Duffy, my boy Demon Stride had, or I'm sorry, he doesn't go by that anymore. My boy Mr. Stride had pointed out to me in a conversation that we've had, one-on-one or in his server, about excuse me, about whether or not Duffy understands, one, the topic we're talking about, but then what science he uses, because I guess little red flags started coming off about Duffy, and that's when I started to find out that Will Duffy is actually a young Earth creationist. Like I said, I don't really have much of an understanding about it. I have the very generic basis, Google search, what is young Earth creation is. Basically being 6,000 to 10,000 years old. Excuse me. Basically, the real basic Earth isn't millions of years old. Didn't take billions of years to form. The universe isn't billions of years old, etc., etc. And because of that, it started making me realize that, well, when Duffy is making these scientific claims, 24-hour sun and its significance, the what flat earthers in general believe, it started getting me thinking, well, maybe Demon Stride's right. How is Will Duffy coming to the conclusions that he comes to, or coming up with the hypothesis that he comes up with, without going outside the box of young Earth creation? The reason I know that he's young Earth creation, because he's actually admitted it, but he has almost a quote-unquote script to explain away these things. I just came across an interview he did. Now, the reason I put what I did in the title is because what I'm seeing in the last 3-4 interviews, let's make it more specific. Ever since Will Duffy did the interview with Awake Souls, And I told you motherfuckers, I said, hey, after this debate, Will Duffy's kind of, he's going to take that fucking little comfortable attitude he has and he's going to rip it off. And that's exactly what's happened. I don't want to do the drama llama game, so I'm not going to like play all the BS that's going on. If you want to do that, there's a guy named call him Leo, so it would be level something. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll find some links and I may throw them in the chat as we go. But he did an interview with a very religious channel. When I say religious channel, I think like 99% of their content is like biblical stuff. This guy is definitely a Bible literalist. He even states it in the interview. But I took clips out of it of Will Duffy specifically talking about his views on how things go. And I wanted to play that before we started so we have something kind of play off of and understand why now I'm so interested in what the fuck young earth creation is. So we're going to go ahead and play that, and I hope you enjoy it.
We have this weird situation where you've got people who are studying, the cosmos, and they're trying to figure out origins, where we came from, what happened in the past, because nobody was there. And so we have this weird situation where I believe God created the universe. And so when we're studying origins, we're actually studying what God did, right? And so if there was a Big Bang, which I don't, again, I haven't really studied that. I feel like it does have issues for sure. But if there was a Big Bang, I think it's possible we're seeing the results of what God did when he created. Okay, now I'm not talking about time. The time aspect is a whole mess in and of itself, because I believe God had the ability to create something mature. And so if God created something mature, you're going to have one person that says, well, it has to be this old, yet it's possible that it was just created, but it was just created mature. So I think that's a debate that will never be settled.
Yeah.
I do not hold to evolution. Maybe somebody can convince me of evolution, but evolution really seems silly to me. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. And then the geocentrism piece, the only reason I'm going to consider it, and that I've considered it in the past, I've spent no time on it, okay, is because of Bob Enyart. Prior to his death, and again, I didn't understand it. I don't have a science background. I don't have an astronomy background. I don't have a cosmology background. But he was stating that there were observations in the universe that people were making that seemed to imply the Earth was at the center. Now, that would make sense to me from a theistic standpoint, right? If God is creating man and man is so important to God, man would be at the center. What I think people are misinterpreting about my statements is that geocentrism to me does not preclude a spherical Earth. So to me, if the Earth is flat, geocentrism could be true. And if the Earth is a globe, geocentrism.
Hard to deposit that, cement it into hard sandstone and shale, tilt it, erode it. Your minimum estimates is hundreds of millions of years.
Don, thank you for your talk so far. Number one, your assumption was naturalism, yes, and your second assumption was uniformitarianism.
As all scientists around the world are.
Well, not all scientists. That would be a false statement, so it would.
Well, all scientists I'm aware of.
Really? So you've never read any creationist literature?
Oh, I've read them. I don't count them as scientists.
Ah, right, okay.
Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to go over to the panel. If anybody wants to go, wants to join the panel, let me see. I kind of fixed it. I'm not sure if it's going to play out blue. The problem with that is if I turn up the the desktop audio on OBS, when I get to the panel, it'll blow everybody's ears out because it's already turned up. But luckily it was very short and sweet. There was a link I wanted to get for you guys. Okay, there we go. All right, back to us. So if you guys want to join the panel, the link is in the description, or you guys can do this. It'll make it a little easier if you're not part of the server, and then that way I'll get you verified, and you can join the conversation. I'm going to jump over there now. Excuse me. I'm going to jump over there now and see them, and then see if our ears get blasted because I turned it up a little bit. Good morning. This is me talking now. Yep, you're loud. How you doing, sir?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Doing really good. Actually, I'm doing excellent this morning. Woke up on the right side of the bed, thanks to Tex here. I have embraced it. Actually, thanks to Tex and Demons. And damn, I keep doing that. Mr. Stride. I have embraced the legal dispensaries here in Texas, and I'm happy this morning.
Good. I actually have some of my legal marijuana right here that I'm fixing to toke up, so this will be a fun conversation.
Yes, yes, yes. Good morning, Blue. Good morning, Riggs. If you guys are just listening, I just wanted to at least say good morning.
Good morning, Sean.
How you doing, sir? Good for you to be here.
I'm okay.
So, I guess actually I'm definitely gonna need your brain in a second, Blue. I'm sure you guys saw the upload on there. I'm sorry if it was a little low. Yes, thank you, Alium. The people that I was talking about that Will Duffy is actually, going on the offensive towards is Leo. They call him Leo, but the name of the channel is Level Earth Observer. Yeah, Will Duffy's made an upload and everything. It's pretty funny. Oh shit! What up, David Banner? How you doing, sir? Welcome to the channel. Yeah, so I guess let's get into it. I guess my first question is, what the fuck is young Earth creation? Now, this isn't a Bible literalist, right? This is not the same thing?
You pretty much have to be a Bible literalist to be a young creationist, at least in the Christian context.
Okay. Because when I was when I was listening to the interview that came from, and I'm going to put the link to that channel in the description as soon as I get a chance. Just know when you get there, it is very. I don't think I've ever seen a flat Earth, more religious flat Earth channel in my life. And the guy's he's very much so. He calls himself I don't remember. But he stated very clearly that he sticks to everything the Bible says, like verbatim. So he doesn't really call himself a flat earther, but they're flat earthers. I guess the question would be, how do you justify saying it's 6,000 to 10,000 years, yet acknowledge space, acknowledge, and mind you, I don't think this is normal, but Will Duffy does acknowledge dinosaurs. He thinks dinosaurs and man walk together. I'm not sure if that's a normal young Earth creationist thing. Does anyone know?
It's pretty common, yeah.
Okay, so, okay, cavemen and dinosaurs. That's where that shit came from.
Yeah, they pretty much think that the Flintstones were a documentary.
Fucking A, why'd you say that? Okay, that doesn't help their case. Okay. Okay, so 6,000 years old, Flintstones documentary, Bible literist. Now, this question is probably the only question that I actually have that's actually important to me. Would a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, or the Arctic, for that matter, happen on a geocentric model?
Yes, it could. A geocentric sphere? Yes, it could.
And that would be as a result to the tilt, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Even in a geocentric spherical model, which is usually called the Ptolemaic model from about 300, 200 years AD up until about 1600, that was pretty much the accepted view. And that one had the Earth at the center and everything else orbiting it, but the Earth was still a sphere. It was actually rotating as well, so the Earth was also rotating.
Oh, okay. What?
It just wasn't orbiting the sun.
Okay. So it rotates. That's new. I didn't know that part. Okay. So that makes me. But then the sun does a lot of moving for that to happen.
So the sun would, in a Ptolemaic model, the sun would basically just do a circle around the Earth, and the other planets would do a bunch of weird circles. The problem was the Ptolemaic model always had issues with explaining why stars may do what they call retrograde motions. So if you, for example, observed Mars over the course of a year, you would see it basically go right to left across the sky. Then eventually it'll slow down, do a brief travel back from left to right, and then reverse course again and start going forwards again.
That
And
was what
it's simply
that was what we
yes.
were looking at with the three-body problem the other day.
It's not really the three-body problem. In that case, it's more to do with just the
Oh, I'm
fact that
sorry.
we're inside of the
Yeah.
orbit of Mars, so we basically go faster. So if you look at Mars up against the background stars, you eventually would overtake Mars, and during that brief overtake period where we would basically be on the same side of the sun as Mars, and moving basically ahead of it in the orbit, momentarily or briefly, Mars would seem to reverse course up against the background stars, and then it
Yeah.
would basically again resume.
Yeah, I got it. I got the days that we talked backwards. It was the day we were talking. We literally were talking about orbital stuff. Or we were talking about James Webb. That's what it was about. And we were
Yes.
showing the orbital paths of something. And then for some reason we brought up geocentric, and we were showing the little ease that it makes. And that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're in the Ptolemaic model. They're called epicycles. So they would have main cycles where the stars or the planet would itself rotate around the Earth, and then the planet would actually not rotate or orbit the Earth directly on that circle, but it'd be sort of circling on a tiny circle that itself does the orbit. So it'd be like a small circle running around the Earth on a bigger circle. If you just look up epicycles, you'll see what I mean.
Okay. No. I know exactly what you're talking about. And what else was I going to say? The word I was looking for, the guy that owns that really religious channel, and the guy Leo from Level Earth Observer, they call themselves demonstrable realists.
Yeah, they're basically just a bunch of dishonest, I would say bullshit artists, but whatever.
That's what it kind of seems. And there are people in the chat that are asking me to talk about the Bob Inyard and the Just John Bernay Ramsey thing. Robert, I will say something about that because I definitely have something to say about that, but it's going to be in a second. Okay, so my big question was answered. 24-hour sun is possible. Okay, so that doesn't leave out him going to Antarctica for this through his quote unquote idea of how things work. But back to the reality. Okay, so here's the other issue I have that I have done something of research, not enough to say I know a lot. But one thing that I did notice is that they have issues with how we date rock, carbon dating specifically. Now, here's why I instantly have an issue. Because I know from back in the day when I've heard little things, I've heard things that young Earth creationists have talked about, or better yet, religious, because the term I knew but didn't know much about. But in the religious world, when it came to these dates and stuff, because I don't think there's any religion that will go, yeah, Earth's 1,000,000 years old. I think they all kind of skip around saying it's young. But
Hinduism specifically doesn't. That's pretty much the only widely believed
okay.
one that isn't as young. Hinduism has cycles of millions and even billions of years.
Oh yeah, well, they jump in and out of dimensions and shit. I've actually read a few books about that. So with that, they I've seen things like proof for God being things like artifacts that are found, and here's the problem, and dated around the time they're saying. And I think that's kind of where they got the 6 to 10,000. Then
I
that's
know that
again.
the years are simply a sum of dates of birth, or rather years of life that are mentioned in the Bible. So if you go to
Oh, okay.
certain chapters in the Old Testament, you'll literally get genealogies like this guy at this many years begat that guy, and that guy then begat that his you know, further descendants. It basically goes through a genealogy of there's like 30, 40 generations, and if you just sum up their years, it's somewhat inconsistent. You have to make some assumptions and certain jumps, but typically you will arrive at a number of total somewhere about between 6 and 10,000 years. Most people in the young Earth community accept.
Okay.
So it's based on Bible and biblical genealogies.
Okay. So okay, but they okay. So here's the where another problem is. I'm not sure if people know this, and I know you do, Tutor. I know Tex does. I'm pretty sure Reach does. They think that there was a global flood, and using that global flood, I know for a fact they've dated in specifically the Grand Canyon debris that quote unquote dated back 6 to 10,000 years. Now, I don't take anything they really say for heart because how do you say the dating method is flawed, but then use the dating method to back yourself? I don't even know how to form the question. How do they? What evidence is there for young Earth creation besides just the Bible?
Largely radio silence. No hard scientific evidence. It's the for I would say that for most young Earth creationists, the argument ultimately boils down to an emotional argument from biblical literalism. It's the physical evidence is not in support of it, and ultimately they have to basically just either disregard it or twist it to match their preferred conclusion. It's just the conclusion comes first.
Okay. Now, here's the weird. This is where I'm going to kind of go off the rails, right? I didn't play it because I didn't think it was relevant, but I thought now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of funny. The host of the interview had asked Duffy. I'm not sure if you guys noticed at the end what he said, but he previously before that he had asked Duffy about his views on the geocentric model. That's when he had discussed the Big Bang. That's when he had said, evolution is silly. Where do they draw the line at? Where do they draw the line at? This happened. Like, for instance, dinosaurs. They acknowledged we found fossils. But in the same, I don't. It's so confusing to me.
Where do they draw the line in their adherence to scientific belief?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
It's crazy because I was taught by a creationist in high school, and he was teaching chemistry. But yeah, he was cuckoo. I mean, that dude was fucking off his rocker, and he did have these weird boundaries, right? Where he'd be like, well, yeah, I believe we found dinosaurs, but I don't believe that we came from apes. There's no way. There's no way. We're not monkeys. We're people. We were created in God's image and not the ape's image. You
Okay.
know? And so
that was where I first heard about young Earth creation. And that is like one of the biggest things. That's like the whole when you bring up evolution and everyone's like, we didn't come from monkeys. We're not. If we didn't come from apes because apes are still here. That's where I found out about young Earth creation many years ago. Because that's like the one argument I do know about what they argue about, and it kind of leaked into everything else when you hear someone that doesn't believe in evolution. And I want to make it clear to the fucking people that are listening, we did not come from fucking apes. We did not come from a fucking monkey. If you don't understand how the path of evolution works, when we say that we are primates, and then it branches off from that, then we can have a conversation, we can have a debate about it, where we can get very much more detailed. But just know, when you say that, you are so extremely wrong, it irks people.
Yeah, I think that a big issue, and I've been wanting to discuss this with you specifically, Sean, for a while, is the purposeful dumbing down or oversimplification of science when it comes to our education systems, at least here in America, has caused a large issue in mass, um, with not just, earth shape or physics or geometry, but also with concepts like that, like evolution theory, genetics. People do not have a full grasp of what it is because we have not allowed them to have that full grasp. And I think that's something interesting to discuss. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to go on a tangent because I will. So
Do it. What's up, Glover Mom in the chat? How you doing? Welcome.
I just, y'all have been in this flat earth stuff a lot longer than I have been. Blue's been in it for a while, Rick's been in it for a while. Totoro, I don't know how long you've been in it, but I know Sean's been in it forever.
Me not very long either.
When did this become like a big deal, more or less? Like, if you can look back, when was your first interaction with it? With this idea of flat Earth? I know for you it was like what, almost a decade ago?
Yeah, 9 years, 2015.
Yeah.
Well, I was a conspiracy theorist, so I was just running around doing my conspiracy thing. I think I had a debate on 9/11 or something like that, and just basic research came through flat Earth. Then found the channel that I ended up hanging around a lot and becoming a flat earther on.
So
Pretty closely coincides to Nikon's introduction of the P900, if you really want to know the truth.
Yep. That was a big thing when I became a flat earther. It was huge. Oh my God, it was big.
let me look that up so I can date this a little bit better.
I think the 2016 was the year of the P900.
So that recently, huh?
Yes.
Oh, it's been around forever, but
Oh yeah, the conversation.
I mean,
it suddenly seemed to gain, for whatever reason, a lot of popularity at about the time people could go out and plunk down a reasonable amount of money and buy a damn camera with a big zoom capability, big magnification ability.
I think
so Blue, do you think this was Nikon's doing? Do you think this was all just a?
I have oftentimes in the past blamed Nikon for this entire fucking mess. Yes.
We'll see.
Coincidence? I think not.
Just so everyone, because I got a couple of people asking. The people on the panel as of right now are Blue Marble Science, Riggs, myself, Tex Lex, and Totoro. If you guys want to join,
Totoro. It's
what is it?
Totoro.
Totoro. Totoro. Fucking A. I think
Totoro.
I'm gonna call you
Either
Tro.
was fine.
Yeah. See. Damn.
Uncultured swine.
If you want to know, it's actually a Japanese mangling of the word troll.
I don't want to call you that. Yeah, that's who's on the panel. If you guys want to join, I just put the link in the chat. If you're not part of the server, I will get you verified. You can join the panel if you'd like. Uh, it will be either Discord or I think I'm gonna try StreamYard as a panel. I'm not gonna stream through StreamYard. I like OBS too much, but I just need a good panel, and finding a good one that's easy for everyone is what I'm looking for. Google Meets is fun, but not many people understand that when you get on a Google Meet, you have to change your fucking name if you don't want people to know your real name. And I felt bad. I felt real bad. I think Charlie was actually the one that came on, and I realized his full name was on there, and it was like he said he didn't care, but I realized that Google Meets just doesn't work well with you know people wanting to do it and have their name out there. So that's why I don't use Google Meets anymore. But I'm still searching for a good panel, and StreamYard seems to be the one because I don't. When I use it with OBS, I just use the screen. I'm not actually streaming off of it when I'm using. But anyway, I digressed. Nothing in the chat. Okay, so where were we? I'm sorry, I went on a tangent. That's Texless's fault.
My bad. Oh shit! Almost got nail glue on me. Yeah. So the whole reason I went on that whole little side thing there about the cameras was because I wanted to confirm if I'm understanding the trend before I, put my spiel out there, right? Like my little conspiracy on the matter. I do firmly believe that there is a rational correlation between the No Child Left Behind Act and the resurgence of, popularity to flat Earth theory. I think that science has done the general population, a disservice by assuming the worst of them, assuming that normal people are not going to be able to understand the depth of math. If being around flurfers long enough has taught me anything, it's that a good portion of them can follow the math, at least enough to twist it to fit their narratives. And I hear constantly that their rhetoric is a distrust in science, and I think it's a valid distrust to a certain extent, I guess is what I'm getting at here.
Well, the problem with it's not a problem. The reason I don't agree with that is because it's what and this is falls right in line with how I understand it. As a flat earther, it's very easy. I'm going to make this very clear. It's very easy to take something very complicated and simplify it and be wrong. The reason when they make, like, for instance, we just went through this where Shane, I'm not sure, you know who Shane is. If Shane says he's figured this out and he says, I've come to this conclusion, and then you look at his math, he's just copying and pasting it, or he's using the most simplest aspect of an equation. When someone does that, it only gives half the story, and it's very clear. But if you don't understand this at all, the majority of people don't understand those equations. It just all washes through, and if you sound like you're going through it right, it's right, and that's the biggest issue. Because for the most part, flat Earth argument is very simple. That is the biggest issue, because when you get someone like a Whitsitt in and overcomplicates a topic, everyone who's simple, right? I'm simple, just so everyone understands what I'm saying. The layman, the people that don't understand a lot of things to collaborate to come to a real conclusion, those things just wash over. You're not learning anything. You're just learning the bits and pieces of it. And then once that's happened, I now have 7 or 8 key things to say, which primarily are things that the globe has already acknowledged, right? All the issues in space, right, that we don't understand, dark matter, redshift, anything that science goes, we may have been wrong, to them is a proof that science is wrong. And it's the same thing as what we were talking about with Young Earth's creation, where they're nitpicking which science to use for their argument. But that was one of the things that I noticed. That was one of the things that, when it became clear to me, is why I left Flat Earth, because I couldn't use science. I couldn't use my understanding that I had now acquired over the fucking 4.5 years to put shit together. It was like playing puzzles with fucking with pieces from different puzzle sets. It's the exact way it worked. It sucked. When the P900 came around, because when you brought that up, I was going to say this about it. The P9, I'm not sure if people know, or I know everyone in the chat probably does. The P900 is, as far as I'm concerned, a Disney camera, right? You know, you go to the Disney World or Disneyland, and at the front booth they have 1,000 cameras that you can buy for $25.99 to capture your experiences. It's very, very user friendly. It's the best user friendly camera in the world, but it's not a top level camera. It's not a camera that is debunked science. But that's what when I got into it, that's what it was. It was like, if you had a P900, you were cutting edge flat earther. Then I went to and met up with Travis, the Plain Truth, and he had 3 P900s, and we did about 7 hours of observations. And this is weird. This is the part that really confused me. That was the first time I had a flat earther go, flat earth is wrong. Boats, you cannot bring boats back in. I'm not sure if people remember that. This is what the P900 became famous for, to flat earth. If you were at this beach and you looked at a ship and you didn't see a ship, you could bring an obstructed ship back into view because the zoom on the P900 was so great. He said that doesn't work that way. It doesn't happen. Flat earth is wrong. That was the first time I had just left flat earth, and the first time I heard a flat earther actually go, they're wrong. So, yeah, the P900 became a greatest thing in the world. And then the P1000 came out, and that was supposed to be even better. But by that time, the P cameras weren't provers anymore. So they kind of just fizzled out. That's why they don't talk about them too much.
How many more peas do you think you can fit in that sentence, Sean?
I think I'm done popping peas.
Popping the peas.
Okay. I wanted to bring this up real quick before we go way past it, just so I can get it out, because Robert Page keeps asking. The Robert Duffy, Bob Inyard, John Bernay Ramsey. I'm pretty sure a lot of you remember that. If you're too young, Tex, it was a.
I know.
Okay.
I know my conspiracy theories. Don't patronize me.
Okay. Robert, Bob Inyard had nothing to fucking do with that tragedy. More so, Will Duffy, has nothing to fucking do with what Bob Inyard did previous to them even fucking knowing each other. Just remember that they haven't known each other since he was a fucking kid. They met each other as adults. So anything previous to that, I don't think he has anything to do with. When it comes to his arrest, Bob Inyard's arrest, that was absolutely before Duffy was ever around. The John Bonet thing, Duffy was a fucking kid when that happened. What else is there? Oh, and then the court cases, they're public record. No one uncovered anything. If you look at most investors, they usually have a lot of court cases sitting around them. A lot of lawyers and shit wanting their cut of something. I think Duffy actually even addresses this in an interview. Don't remember which one, but just so you understand, and this is for me, right? Duffy himself, besides being a Young Earth creationist, he's the average guy that's made some fucking money in his life and is rich now. I know people don't like that basic of an idea of who Duffy is, but that's exactly what the fuck he is. Is he sane? I don't think so. Not anymore. Young Earth creationist doesn't make fucking sense to me at all. Like I want to make it clear. Like I don't believe in a creator, right? Like I don't believe any creator. I don't. I also acknowledge that I have no fucking clue. I understand that that statement I've just made is 100% a belief in my head based on my understanding of the whole thing. But it's another thing, you know, because I've talked to religious people that believe in the Big Bang, believe in evolution, believe like it to them. It's just the faith of it, how it makes them feel and how they live their life, and that's what I grew up around. Right? I didn't grow up in Texas Tech, so the Bible thumper thing was like few and far between to the people I knew.
I was about to ask because that would have been kind of a sheltered life to be able to grow up in Texas and never have encountered a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, no, it's new to me. When I got here to Texas, it was very weird to not only see churches everywhere, but to see that communities put so much money into them. So 90% of the churches, damn, I don't know why I keep doing that I see here are, to me, they look like $1 million churches, like those $1 million pastor type churches and shit. But then I come to find out
Yeah.
that's, oh, okay, they are. Okay, I was told that they're just like the normal churches that, you know, congregations become just one at. But I guess they are. But there's not that many churches in California like this. Everywhere
They
you
like
turn,
to
they're here.
say, yeah, they like to say that they are. They like to play off humble, but they do have quite a lot of income in that church, enough that the pastors are getting paid six figures, and most of them employ three or four of them. I worked for a church for 6.5 years. I worked for a church. They have income.
Oh, well, I know
It's a
that.
business. It's a business, but Joel Osteen's a little different. Joel Osteen has become a self-made millionaire off of his congregation. Um, but I digress. Point being, it's so severe here, the creationist theories, that there was a chapter in the science books when we first started biology that was over creationism.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me.
Wait, they teach creationism in Texas?
They teach an alternative science. It's one chapter in the biology book that is the alternative beginning.
Wow.
You're really
I,
tiptoeing around the establishment clause there.
Yeah.
I that would have never flied in California. Holy shit.
You know, they would have gotten their asses handed to them already.
Now keep in mind I'm 30 now, so that was, when Bush was president.
Yeah, but I don't
The
think they've
second
changed
Bush, not the
much.
first. They've changed slightly, but no, not much.
You say
Um,
slightly, but I bet that chapter is still there.
no, I think that chapter has been omitted. That's probably the only chapter they've omitted. They still teach abstinence only, and it's religious-based abstinence only that they're teaching. Um,
Wait. So that means when they sit you down, these people down. I'm going to say people. What they say is, don't use protection, and because of that, don't have sex.
they teach you in sixth grade. You go in, and they play you these videos of these people that are looking all sad, and they've got the worst of sexually transmitted diseases. And the rhetoric is, now in the Bible it states it's a sin to have sex before marriage, and I had sex before marriage, and now look at me.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it goes. That's what sex ed is like.
What the fuck? Oh, that is unreal. I had no clue that it was a thing like that.
Oh, it's bad. And it's really bad because Texas has the highest death rate when it comes to teenage pregnancies.
Oh yeah, well,
Highest
that
death rate when it comes to childbirth in
mm,
general.
yeah, because I've heard some actual real bad stories. Like this is not normal to me because California, they're like there's a Planned Parenthood in every corner. That's so fucked up. Actually, that's rude. Um, but here, like I've heard things like people not finding out they're pregnant until like the last trimester because they're scared to take the test because of how their family react and because there's nowhere to go. It's like there is a whole different side of the world, like the the way the world works when it comes to religion and just moral stances, I guess you would say, because that almost tells you how your morals should be.
Well, not almost. Religion is pretty much all about morals.
Well, it's not a, see, that's the thing. It doesn't seem like it's about morals because it's not morals. It's just telling you how to live.
Well, it's telling you how to be moral. That's the idea. Is how to be good in the eyes of deity. Insert deity here.
But I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all.
Well, then Satanism sounds like the perfect religion for you, my friend, because they are non theistic.
Yeah, but then I got to be part of a group that believes, and if I don't believe in everything you believe, then I'm just wasting
No,
my time.
that is not how Satanism works.
Well, Satanists, to be honest, are more of a joke religion.
Yeah, like the flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah,
That
pretty
one,
much.
Parmesan be upon him.
I hate that stupid one. That one is the fucking dumbest one I've
I
ever heard.
love the flying spaghetti monster.
But see, I like how you roll text because the second you say you're a Satanist, it fucking makes every theist's ears perk, and then you get a good conversation out of it. I do know that one guy wanted to keep the conversation going, but I haven't seen him in a while. And the last I
Ah, that
heard,
guy.
yeah, I've now come to the conclusion that if you start him, he doesn't stop.
No.
So I realized that if he did come, it'd be have to be at the end of the stream. So when I said stop, stop. But we digress big time. It doesn't matter though. If you guys want to talk about anything, I don't mind. I don't care. If you guys want me to say something in the chat, talk about something in the chat, that's fine too. But we'll keep going. Um, I guess my next question would be I don't really have questions. None of it makes sense, young Earth creation. It just doesn't.
Well, if
Also,
you want to stay on that topic, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead. And I just wanted to talk about Duffy, but go ahead if you got something different
No,
to
go
say.
ahead. No, no. No. If you want to cut me off for a topic, please do.
So, I think Duffy is trying to kind of thread a needle rationally in terms of young Earth creationism. So I think he's trying to be a rational person, but at the same time, he has a certain um, he has a religiously prescribed conclusion that he has to come to, no matter the cost.
Yeah.
And in his case, the preferred conclusion is basically that the Bible is literally true, at least insofar as Genesis is concerned. And so, therefore, anything that can contradicts Genesis and is at least somewhat arguable, he will deny, and he will either disregard any evidence or just simply walk off the topic so he doesn't have to confront it. In case in point, that would be the youngest creationism part. I'm going to give you an example of how I think he mostly does it, even though he doesn't really talk about it all that much, but I've seen enough of him to kind of infer what his position is there. But in terms of, I think the reason why why he's not a flat earther is simply because he considers it utterly straightforward and obvious that it is a complete load of crap. And so therefore he doesn't want to get, even though there are ways to interpret the Bible to say that it's flat, that the earth is flat or whatever, but at the same time there's also ways to avoid that. I think in that case he basically goes to the let's do a little bit more interpretation so that we don't contradict something so stupidly obvious as the shape of the planet we live on. But for stuff that is at least somewhat arguable, he will sort of he'll treat the Bible as literal and sort of either steer clear of an argument from science or essentially just deny the science if it's at least somewhat arguable. So, for example, I think that the way he argues for the young Earth, I'm pretty sure he's heard at least some arguments for the age of the Earth. That's one of the fundamental issues. If you want to be a young Earth creationist, you have to basically subscribe to the entire universe is less than 10,000 years old, because that's essentially what the Bible says.
Yes. Hang on. So this is what inspired this, okay? Because this is the quote from Will Duffy, and this is what made me go, "What the fuck?" Okay. So he went through his spiel in that little thing. I'm pretty sure he said this. I'm not sure. I don't remember what part of it. But he goes, what he subscribes to is that the Big Bang Big Bang and evolution to him is, in his words, silly. He said that he believes that God created Earth in the amount of days thing. And then he said he doesn't think there's anything unlogical with God creating a mature Earth. So basically, God snapped his fingers, and it wasn't just Adam and Eve. It was people, dinosaurs, animals. Everything that we know now was here and already in its cycle, its set way.
Yeah, and I think, that's sort of the cop-out I think that he has for a lot of very obvious scientific evidence that says that the Earth and the universe itself is a whole hell of a lot older than any religious text might say or imply. He basically just says it's a form of special pleading to say that, okay, well, it looks old, but God made a lie, and therefore it is young, but he just made it look like we're already, in the final credit scene of a very long movie. It's just, but he just created it already he started the playback from the credits. It's like, okay, I mean, that is a very, very convenient type of special pleading, and I would say essentially implies that God is a liar, but whatever.
I'm not necessarily getting that from him. I think that is
No,
him attempting to be consistent within his livelihood and his
no.
faith.
I get that he doesn't get to the God is a liar or God made a movie to just confuse us or deceive us. I get that he has a rationalization about it, like he made something that's already mature or aged or whatever. God is able to do that, therefore my theology is consistent. But I just consider it a very special type of pleading, where he essentially does he carves out an exception um, for things to look consistent because his theology, his conclusion demands that it be special. So therefore, it is special. Because you can tell the age of the universe even without fossils, even without looking at a single rock. So yeah, I mean, and it's staring us from every direction in our face. It's pretty obvious if you'll just look out to the universe. It is very obvious that the universe cannot be 10,000 years old, or 6,000 years, or however long.
Well, it can if God snapped it into existence.
Right. In that case, you just say that. Well, I'm just gonna say that he just painted it to look old. But at that point, you basically have to abandon any reason. You just have to say,
Wait.
yeah, well, he made it
Okay.
look old, and he created the aftermath of events that have never happened. He just painted them
But
on there.
here's the
As
problem with that.
That's
But hang on.
that's not necessarily true.
Hang on. Here's the problem with that logic, and I want you to answer this as honest as you can. God comes to your house, and you know it's God. This isn't just some guy knocks at your door. God shows up, and so this means to Toro, you know that God is real. It's possible then.
to what?
For God to have snapped, for a mature Earth to appear.
Yes. I mean, it's I guess logically possible, but it would be extremely dishonest.
Wait, nope. That's where I had issue.
Dishonesty implies intent.
Exactly.
And I
God,
don't think that Duffy has the intention of being misleading. I think that this is his true belief system, and because he's consistent in his belief system, that is why he holds that rhetoric. Now, is it an incorrect rhetoric? Yes. Yes, it is. But it is a belief system that he holds steadfast, and I don't think we should vilify him for being consistent in his belief system.
Well, I'm not saying it's dishonest on Duffy's part. I'm saying if God did that, then I would consider God to be dishonest.
I
But
think that you're misinterpreting what the context of the Bible states, though, Totoro, because the Bible doesn't ever really dictate that Adam and Eve just randomly planted down on Earth, right? There was a whole separate creation that God made at the same time that He made Earth. And when Adam and Eve were kicked from the Garden of Eden, then they arrived on Earth. That's the
Well,
biblical text for that.
well, that is not necessarily. That is one interpretation, but that point you're trying to thread a needle through, essentially kind of getting a kind of older Earth creationism out of the text, which is fine. You're interpreting it in a manner that allows for that, but that is typically not what young Earth creationists see. They see that the Earth, that the Garden of Eden was on Earth, and that Adam and Eve, that like the days of creation were literal 6 days, and that afterwards you can basically count from the creation of the universe. You can count the number of years simply by the genealogies that were given in the Bible. So, I mean, that's one way to look at it. But you basically at that point you're trying to reinterpret the text into more of a symbolic meaning.
but I'm not hearing where the lie is.
My point is that the lie would be if God made the universe appear. So if let's assume the young Earth creationist position, right? So the universe is 6,000 years old. If God made the universe 6,000 years old to appear to be 13.7 billion years old, and He planted into it after images of events that have happened, look like they have happened millions of years ago, even though they never happened. They were just purely created out
But
of whole cloth. I'd consider
those
that
would
a lie.
those would be interpretations from us. Where that's us interpreting that.
Not even close. No, the cosmic distances and the time for light to travel to us, and the events that we observe is not even up for question. That is a hard law of physics. So you basically you'd have to conclude that I see a supernova that has occurred, let's say, 5 million light years away. What you're seeing is an event that had happened 5 million years prior. You're just seeing the afterglow of it after you can literally just watch the thing blow up. If you measure the distance to it, you can then figure out how long ago it happened, and you'll continually see new stars blow up in the sky, even though they are too far for the younger creationist paradigm. So therefore, essentially,
Okay.
God had to paint the light for these after images or for events to be en route to us without the actual events having ever happened. I would consider that a deception.
Okay. So are there stars that we observe currently that we observe and express have redshifted that we have currently found out aren't redshift? They're a shit ton closer. And the reason that this happens would be gases, plasma, etc. That between us and in between our observation.
So you're talking about distance measurement in the universe, and I could explain exactly how we know how far things are, and how we know without a shadow of a doubt how far things are and how long ago they happened, in terms of like the rate of travel, the speed of light. But it really doesn't. Redshift is more of is towards the outer edge of the spectrum of what's called the cosmological distance ladder. Um, you can actually get to distance measurements through various other methods that cross-check each other, cross-correlate, without having to refer to redshift at all.
But the problem with those are then we get into parallax.
No,
I
well,
no.
parallax is one of them, and parallax measurements are by now reaching out to over 20,000 light years away.
You're probably not gonna like hearing me say this, but I think the margin of accuracy is too far.
Well, I mean, you can try and argue about that, but the reality of it is that these probes and these sensors are sensitive enough to be able to measure, and it's not just a single matter of like just a parallax measurement and therefore we conclude something. There's actually different methods that each cross-correlate and cross-check each other, cross-calibrate. So that's why it's called a ladder, because you don't just go literally from one to then make up stuff afterwards. No, it's sort of more like an interspersed series of checks. So parallax overlaps with Cepheid variables overlap with main sequence fitting overlaps with Cepheids, and stellar standard candles. There's a whole bunch of methods that each cross-check and calibrate each other to make sure that we're not making mistakes in this.
To what accuracy? Because using parallax, excuse me, parallax isn't very accurate.
Parallax is very accurate, actually.
How could parallax be accurate if you're not even observing the object? You're using a reference.
No. You are observing the object. What do you mean?
Okay, if I shine a trillion watt fucking flashlight in your face, what is it going to take?
Sure.
What will it take for you to know where I'm at?
6 months of separation from. If you're talking about how we do stellar parallax, we do it by essentially looking at an image of a star up against a static background set basically of stars, and then waiting 6 months for the baseline of the Earth to go around the sun, and you basically just compare the angle to the star between those two baselines. We know the baseline, we know the angle, and we have sensors that are able to measure the angle to extremely high levels of precision.
But that angle wouldn't give you a distance.
It would. Well, that's what do you mean? That's basic trigonometry.
Because
Yeah,
okay, so
It is the principle of coincidence range finding, the exact same method that we use for artillery, the exact same method works on star. That's stellar parallax.
okay, so what part of the star would you reference?
Stars are point sources of light. You can basically treat them as perfect points.
Okay, so if you're at the center of the glare, essentially, how do you distinguish its size?
You don't need to know the size of the. No, you're thinking about. I'm guessing you're thinking that we're looking at like the diameter of the stellar disk of like the star itself on the other side. No, we do it the other way around. We treat the star as a point of light, as a perfect point, so to speak, of zero size, and then we just look at its angle shift up against the background stars between 6 months separation of the Earth going around the sun. We know the baseline, which is 300 million kilometers, and then we just need to the amount of angle that the star has changed up against the background from our observation.
Okay,
From that,
so
you can do some simple trigonometry and figure out the distance.
okay, then
It
I'm
was
going to
done
issue
in like the 1700s.
Okay, I'm going to issue a challenge because by what you're saying, the challenge I'm about to issue, you should be able to do. So you're saying that if I stand in a dark room and I set up 3 lights, one in the center, and then one on the left and one on the right, and I have myself as the viewer, and I stand on the left side, and I take 6-foot walks to my right. Every time I take that 6-foot right, and I'm recording this whole time, and I'll take pictures, you'll be able to tell me how far away those lights are from me.
Yes. Yeah, if I'm able to determine, if I can determine directions in space, which we can, then yes, if you know that you've moved 6 feet off to the side, or across basically like how far the light being somewhat distant from you, just by the angle shift, the light that has in your perspective view, you can figure out the distance. That is exactly how parallax range finding works.
Okay, then I am going to do that. I'll do an upload, and then I will send it to you, and then your goal will be to tell me how far the lights are from me.
Okay. Thing is, you have to actually get it done right. It's not necessarily as easy as, just literally pointing a camera at something. I have to know. Do you have a good solid background layer up against? I know that I can measure distance or measure angles. Then I'd have to know like the
wait.
field of view of the optics and that kind of stuff.
Wouldn't the background just be something you're referencing? You don't need the distance and what doesn't matter, right? It's going to be a wall basically. It's going to be.
It can be a wall, yeah. Well, the thing is, the wall has to be sufficiently far behind the object to where it's not going to move appreciably in the image. So you can't let me actually, I'm gonna bring up my drawing pad here. I'm gonna
Yes,
gonna
sir.
show you what I mean exactly. Just give me a couple of minutes, because I need to sort some stuff out. So in a couple of
Hey,
minutes I'll be
hey,
here
hey,
and draw it out for you.
and turn off your Wi-Fi. Yeah, so this is one of the things that I grapple with when it comes to the accuracy of parallax. Maybe it's because of this, what we're talking about right now hasn't been done. I haven't done this to completely understand it. What the fuck is up, Sean? I just noticed you were here. How you doing, sir? I think it'd be a good idea to do this. I wasn't talking to
What,
myself, Tex.
you're fucking multiplying now?
That's my boy Sean right
One of
there.
you wasn't enough? Now there's
Never
two of
enough.
you?
He spells his name wrong, but it's still okay. He's still a good guy.
Well, since we're waiting on Totoro to give us her physics lecture, I am gonna pause for the cause here.
Alrighty, sounds like a good idea. I have to turn off my camera because YouTube.
Has your camera been on this whole time? I haven't seen your
Yeah,
face this whole time.
on YouTube.
I'm looking at the YouTube.
Well, now it's
Oh, you
not.
know what? It's paused. Oopsies.
See, it's on.
Be what?
I just don't want to directly smoke into the camera. Not during the stream.
Okay, well, thank you, nerd. I flunked out of physics, so I wouldn't know anything about any of that. It's too hard.
Yeah. So with
Go to
what we were
computer science
talking about,
instead.
it's true. So that's the confusing. Okay, I don't think it could be a lie. I think that if God, we'll say a deity, created everything and did it mature, it would just be his plan fast forwarded. So the stars being whatever would be whatever because it's already played out. It just wasn't created. And mind you, anyone listening, this isn't my view. I'm just devil advocating the fuck out of it right now.
Well, look, I'll be the first to own up to the fact that the lore of Christianity is really fucking interesting. I don't care. I
Oh,
don't
I'll
care
tell
what people have to say about it. It's cool as fuck. It's a fun book to read, especially
well,
Old Testament.
I'll tell you this. This is something that I actually truly believe. I think religion, the Bible, is probably a really fucking good thing. I think without it, there'd probably be a lot more chaos on this earth. I think the issue starts when you get on the internet and you hyper specify the topic and you have conversations with people that are willing to express it extremely, and then it becomes a big deal, an extreme topic, right? I everyone that I know, I probably know 100 plus people that are religious. My brother being probably the second most religious. He, and for me, good reason. I mean, he had a lot transplant, and he's fucking 10 years beyond what they told him he'd live. So he probably has a really good reason to think there's a God. My aunt would probably be the most extreme religious person I've ever met. But even she wasn't like what I hear on the internet, right? So I think when people think that the Bible is so controlling and so this and lies and all this stuff, and I think that is because you have seen a hyper view of religion compared to what is actually going on in the real world. Because I can tell you right now, now that I live in Texas and I'm around all these people that are extremely religious, there isn't a difference in how they treat you. There isn't a, there is, but not really, right? For the most part, I've actually never had a religious conversation here in Texas. I know religious people. They've talked about it. They've talked about their days and blah blah blah. But it's never been a why aren't you religious or had a problem that I wasn't religious. I think it
It's
only
because you look
gets.
normal, Sean.
Is that what
If
it
you
is?
had if you wore black on black and had colorful hair or piercings or tattoos, especially face or neck tattoos, your experience here would be much different. And
Yeah, I
and
can't.
and it's not like confrontational in a way that's like you're going to get your ass kicked, you're going to have to fight for your life. It's not that kind of confrontation. It's like I'm going to speak to you for 3 hours about how much I pity the fact that you're going to hell.
I haven't had to experience that. But I also live in the middle, like out in the country. Like there were no people walking up to my hangar to talk to me. We'll see. I live in a house now, so we'll see if they come to my door. If they do, I don't know what I'll do. Not gonna lie, I am probably the most susceptible one on the panel. I don't know. I have a very, very deep, chaotic decision making thing about God in my brain. Text up, I tell you about it later on.
I want to
But
talk to you about Baphomet later. So yeah,
yeah,
we could
yeah,
have that convo later.
yeah, yeah. To Toro, or what's up, Lou? I saw you on mute.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that airport's a great place to find religion if you want to, Sean. I mean, I can't think of a single time that I ever firewalled the throttle and didn't immediately begin believing in all of those religions. And just to be sure.
Yeah, those guys are fucking crazy. Hey, Blue, I told you, you remember that plane that crashed, right? The one I watched crash and everything. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy for sure was playing the hot shot. I looked that up because I think you were telling me about that landing gear thing they do when they take off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did that without a doubt. There's no doubt in my mind.
I'll tell you, I've seen it happen. It's
Who did what?
Say it. Okay. Because I lived. I forgot. You don't really know much. Okay, so when I moved to Texas for the past 4 years, I lived on a private airfield. I lived in a studio built inside of a hangar. The airfield.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah. Well, the airfield, the landing, takeoff, whatever, was literally was literally 20 feet from my bedroom.
Not a, yeah, I guess not a great way to get some peace and quiet, but great.
Nope, not at all, especially on Saturdays. Okay, so one day I was working outside doing something with my mother-in-law who lived just as far from it as I did. I was sitting there, just doing some work, and I heard a weird throttle up and looked up, and as I looked up, the plane was nose sliding into the ground. Matter of fact, I will put it in Discord as I talk about it. What he did, the damage was to the propeller and the landing gears. We'll get that out. Pilot was perfectly fine.
Oh, Totoro, I see now. I see what you're saying.
What he had done was while he was taking off or taxiing to take off, I guess hotshot pilots do this thing where they hit the landing gear. So the second they lift off, the gears come up. What he did is he did that, but instead of it coming up and him taking off smoothly, it looks like he tap danced. And when he tap danced back down, the front landing gear collapsed. And so he nosedived and slid in. And I got to see the whole thing.
Oh, it was a landing or a takeoff?
Takeoff.
Takeoff.
So landing gear out, he's rolling.
Right.
I guess there's a switch or something. Don't really know much about it, but Blue kind of explained it. And then
usually it's a lever, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's okay. So, and I watch videos, so I do know exactly what this is. Where they hit this thing, so the weight of the plane is the only thing keeping the gears from coming up. So the second they get all the weight off the landing gears and 5 feet off the ground, the landing gears collapse in, and then it looks really fucking cool.
Yeah, it works that way on some planes that have squat switches, but not all planes have that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So when he took off, and I've seen planes out there do this because it's a grass takeoff. It's the pad is it's grass.
Okay. Yeah.
That little bounce they get, I think he bounced too high in one of the little grass patches or whatever, and when he did that, he the gears came up and
Yeah.
then he dove. Then like something happened and he ended up diving straight in. He was perfectly fine. He got
That's
out and everything, but it was unreal to see.
that. Hmm.
That's
I,
weird, though.
I've never heard of a pilot willfully retracting the landing gear while it was still on the ground. I mean,
Nope.
I
Okay.
guess. I mean, it's
Now,
possible for an idiot to do that, but everybody else is taught not to do that.
but Blue.
But it is possible.
Well, this
I
is
mean,
and that's the normal idea of it. The thing was
right.
is that okay, the picture and a little video I'm putting in the chat. This is the plane.
Where
Um,
you where are you putting it, Sean?
in live stream YouTube links. I gotta
Mhm.
fix my text chat so it's more clear.
That's from the crash.
Yes, this is aftermath of it. This
Okay.
is because I was first one there. Um, but yeah, it's pretty cut and dry. But Blue had explained it, and I've seen it in YouTube's videos after this happened because I was like, "What the fuck just went down?" Um, it is a hot shot trick that they do. It's literally just for show. There's no reason to do it. It's on an automatic switch, Blue.
That's even a
Well,
V-tail Bonanza. Uh, that's already a strike against him.
yeah, fork-tailed doctor killer.
Well,
Yep.
this guy has 8 planes. He is now he's a mechanic, but he's a crop duster. So he has a shit ton of planes. So
Okay,
he's
yeah,
been
his mains were up too. Okay, yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay, that's what I
It's
was
not a gear
confused with.
collapse. Yeah.
It was not just the nose gear collapse. The whole, his entire undercarriage came up for whatever reason.
Well, I think the
Uh,
rear ones did that when it nosedived and then it slid down when it rolled. No, I don't know.
it shouldn't have.
Yeah. It should. Yeah. Normally they shouldn't. The mains shouldn't come up. Well,
Mm-mm.
because what I was thinking about is perhaps it's just a matter of him like hitting a bump too hard, not doing proper soft wheel takeoff technique. Because typically you would unload the nose gear, you'd pull back on the elevator and try and get the nose wheel sort of balanced off the ground while your mains are still on the ground. But he probably, I was thinking like maybe he just hit a bump that launched him a little bit into the air, and then he hard landing on the nose that would have collapsed the nose landing gear, but the mains would have stayed out.
Yeah.
Um, but this looks fully retracted, or at least mostly.
Well, the gear doors look.
Then again, I mean, could they have retracted them while they're trying to retrieve the airplane? Maybe once they had them
No,
on the forklift.
no, nope. That is what you see in the when it's on the
Mm,
forklift is how we took it off the ground.
Okay.
I don't think you can do that without the engine running. That's a high. Those gear are hydraulic, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yes, yes, they are. I remember him talking about that.
Gotcha.
You could on a Mooney. Mooney, for instance, has got electric gear. Uh,
Right.
you can, if you can turn the master switch on, you can bring the gear up. Well, you got to do some other things. Then you've got its interlocks with airspeed and stuff like that. It doesn't have squat switches. It doesn't have oleo struts, so you can't have a squat switch.
All right, we digressed so hard, and at least we got through the drawing part. So you can now explain what you're showing us.
Right. Very simply, this is what stellar parallax, or in general, is what parallax distance measurement is, or how it works. Is basically is you're looking, so here you are on the. God damn it! I'll learn to write one day. Um, so here you are on your.
I'm sorry to digress. Are you using a pen or using your mouse?
This is on a tablet with a
Ah,
pen.
oh, okay. I was
So it's
wondering
a
the other
Sam.
day. Yeah, the other day you were doing like writing, and I'm like, how the fuck is he doing that?
No, this is a Samsung Galaxy Tab something
Okay.
10-inch, whatever. Um, so it works very simply. It's you basically just you look out from the sun from the Earth. 6 months apart from each other. So I don't know, let's just call this position here January, and this would then be what, July or June? It would be June, right?
June.
And so you basically just observe a star up against the background stars, and so this is what you're going to see in your telescope. On January, this is what you would see.
Problem.
So you'd see it
Problem.
up against the
Problem.
background.
Big problem.
Right, right.
Okay. Hang on.
Let me just finish the explanation here.
What's the star in the middle?
What star in the middle? This is the one that we're trying to measure.
A star, random. Okay, that's the okay. I thought that was our sun.
A star that we're interested in. You can recognize stars in the night sky if you know where to look.
Yeah.
And this is, by the way, the amount of angle here. It's not like the star has moved like onto the other side of the sun. Like if you imagine here's the sun, here's the Earth going around. Like one day the star is going to be that direction, and 6 months later it's going to be pointing that direction. It's not that much. The amount of angle change here is tiny.
Yeah.
There's actually, if you've heard the distance unit parsec, you might have heard that.
Yes.
Parsec is literally a shorthand for parallax arc second. So a single arc second. So a theta angle of 1 arc second is a distance of 3.2 light years. Roughly 3.2. And the nearest star, if you remember your distances to the nearest stars, Alpha Centauri is about 4.2 light years. So even the nearest star is less than one arc second in parallax angle. So this amount of distance measurement into the amount of shift of the star up against the background stars is tiny. So you're still mostly looking at the same background stars. It's just that the star that you're interested in has shifted ever so slightly up against the background stars. So it's a question of measuring tiny shifts in star position up against some very distant background that you're doing. That's how parallax distance measurement works. And
okay, so that the background isn't in line. It's just off a little bit.
It's basically, the distance to the background has to be much larger than the distance here that you're trying to measure this value.
Okay, but
Make sense?
then okay, so I get what's happening so far. How do you know the distance to the background?
It has to look extremely static. So because you've moved this R value, right? So you've moved twice the radius of the Earth around the sun after 6 months. So if the stars themselves have not really moved all that much in the image, not appreciable amounts, then you know that they must be extremely far away.
Okay.
Will slightly, they will slightly shift if you look really, really close enough. But if you're trying to measure it's a matter of relative shifts versus the foreground star. So as long as the shift of this thing versus these guys wobbling about in their place is large enough, then you know that they are sufficiently far that you can basically treat them as static, or sufficiently far away that they are effectively usable.
Infinity.
Yeah, you can treat them basically as at infinity.
Okay, so the distance to the background is insignificant. Doesn't actually matter.
It has to. Well, it matters insofar it has to be significantly larger than this value. So if I say that this is the value I'm trying to determine.
So if let's just say,
and I'm going to call this background. So this has to be significantly less than the background.
But how do you know that?
The way you do it is by comparing the shift of the image of the star you're interested in versus the shift of the background stars in the image. Each of them will.
Okay, but that was what I brought up earlier, because that shift is an observation, well,
you get two images.
But what's happened? There is evidence that some of the redshift that we have observed.
No, this is not redshift. Redshift is about radial motion. This is not about radial. This is about axial apparent motion in the image. So this way, not this way.
Are there stars that do move too much?
If the star moves too much in the image, like let's say this guy moved from here to here in the image over 6 months, then you know that you can't treat him as a stabilizing star in the image. So you basically just disregard it because there's gonna be there's gonna be other crap here in the image. You can just ignore that and you just look for some guiding stars that didn't shift, and you're gonna treat those as a line to treat those as essentially a kind of guide to line up the images, because what you're gonna end up with ultimately at the end of the day, you're gonna end up with two.
Go back up.
Well, let me show you what I mean. Is you're gonna end up with images of stars in the viewfinder, right? 6 months apart, you're gonna take two images, and let's just say that we've got this guy is the one we're interested in, and this guy is his new position in the 6 months later image. So this would be, let's just call this the January image, and this will be the June image. And what you're looking for is you basically are comparing this lateral shift for the star that you're interested in, and you're making sure that the background has not shifted enough to where it would invalidate your observation. So you use those stars as a lineup to get the image lined up against each other. Make sense?
Kind of. But
no?
What if, now go back up.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So your two red stars, your two background stars that are static.
Well, not back. Well, no, the white ones are the backgrounds.
Okay, the static stars though.
Yes. Those are the background stars, and those are the ones you use to line up your two observations. So you're going to get two images. Well, let's just put it like this. Red is the observation in January, and purple is the observation in June. And so you've got two images, and you're trying to line them up. So what you do is you take a series of background stars that have not moved between the two images. You use that to overlay your two observations over top of each other. And from that, you can then tell how much your star of interest has shifted between the two images.
Now put the purple one under the B.
Purple one under the B.
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
Yeah,
does that change the observation?
Well, the purple one is supposed to be this guy just 6 months apart. That's what I'm trying to symbolize here. That's why I didn't want to confuse you.
So,
it's the
those are the same star. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same star. We're just looking at it up against the background. We're using the background stars to line up our two images that we've taken. This was done using photographic plates, by the way, in the olden days. So that was a whole lot more labor intensive. There was literally glass plates you'd overlay on top of each other. You'd use a microscope then to line up the background stars up against each other, and then the star of interest, you could literally just turn a little knob on the thing, and you could then change focus which of the plates you are looking at, and you can then measure this separation. And based upon your field of view of the optic, you can actually, from this displacement, you can get an angle. This angle here, right? It's the same angle. How far it has moved.
I get it now. Makes
and
more
then it's
sense.
a simple matter of applying the distance formula.
Now, I get it now. I'm still going to do this challenge. I want you to still show me you can do it. But I get what you're saying. They're the things that need to be done. So I'm going to do this in my living room, in my dining room. It's one long.
Okay.
It's a long walkway from my front to my back door. I'm going to do it in the middle of the night, and what you're saying is my sun, my star, when I place it somewhere, it just needs to be closer to me than the back wall.
Significantly closer, yes.
In that back wall, what I'm going to do is I have those. I'm not sure if people know what I'm talking about, but you put them up under the cabinets in your kitchen, and you push them, and they turn on.
Here, actually, there is a GIF, a very nice GIF up on Wikipedia that shows exactly what I'm talking about. Here you are.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, this is two different images taken at the same time from one from New Horizons probe and one from Earth, but it effectively has the same effect as being spatially separated at the baseline. So does this make it more obvious?
No.
No. No?
Oh, wait. Hang on. Yes. Okay. Here's the thing. I didn't click on it yet.
Gotcha.
I
Yeah, it has
clicked
to,
on it.
it's an animation, yeah.
Yeah. I now see what you're saying. Okay. So, all right. So, what they're measuring is the angle from me, the observer, to each of those stars, and then the angle between that is what gives you distance.
Yes. Well, it's the same. It's the image. It's two images of the same star.
Yeah.
It's just shifted up against the background because it was observed from two different vantage points. And just, as long as you know the separation of your two vantage points, and you can measure, you know, basically like the field of view of the optic here, you can correlate that to an angle that star has shifted relative to each of the observer points, and from there you can quite easily, using the distance formula, figure out the distance. Like this is exactly how naval range finding worked in World War II. So they'd have an observer that had like a, let's say, a 5 or 10 meter baseline optic, and he would line up two images of the same ship, and the optic would just measure the angle of. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, Earth is like that is parallax.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm looking at your diagram. It makes sense. I promise you it makes sense. When I look at this GIF, I draw an imaginary triangle from me to each observation of the star.
Yep.
When I've done that, I don't get where you're getting distance from. I feel like at some point there has to be an assumption to this.
It's very simply here. This is how you get distance from this. As long as you know.
Now do me a favor, because this is how I learn. I need no. You got to keep that there. I need you. Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay, but now I need you to right under it, fill in the blanks for me.
Right.
And tell me what those are.
So I'm gonna go ahead and erase this because this is not necessary anymore. So this theta angle here, take a red marker. This is that angle.
Okay.
This R value, I'm calling the baseline here. That's basically the distance from the Earth being observed at January versus June.
Okay.
So it's basically twice the radius of the Earth around the sun.
Okay, so hang on. So the first one, which you called, what is it called?
Theta.
Veda. Okay, so that
theta.
is
It's a Greek letter, but we can call it John if that helps.
Yeah. Okay. So that is the conclusion. That is
No,
what
that's
we would
the
get.
measurement.
No, but that's
theta is a measurement.
But that's that's after the fact. Like we've had to do certain steps. It's not the first step. You need the time and distance before you can get that one. You're not starting there.
Okay.
Need the distance, John.
We know the radius. I'm sorry. Let me actually relabel this because it's gonna get a little bit confusing if I use R for this. Let's call this X.
R is. I understand what R is. R is the distance that it travels between the 6 months.
Yes. So Earth, Sun. Earth goes around. I'm actually drawing it the wrong way around, aren't I? Whatever. X is the diameter of Earth's orbit.
Yeah.
Twice the radius.
So X is 6 months.
Yeah. Actually, it's times 8, isn't it? 8 no. Yes.
Yeah.
300,000. 300 million kilometers.
300 million kilometers, right?
But
Yes.
I can say 6 months, right? Okay.
Well, it takes the Earth 6 months to go from here to here.
Yeah, so I could say 6 months.
Yeah,
to make
distance, right?
I mean, yeah, we have a calendar. Yes, we know what day it is of the year.
guys got to. Okay, I want you guys to both
It's not
fucking
about the
remember.
time, it's about the distance, Sean. It's not
Yes.
about the
But
time frame, it's about the distance of
okay,
the time frame. How many kilometers did Earth travel in those 6 months?
You can do the thing simultaneously if you've got two separate positions, two
Yeah,
separate
but
observers.
let's not confuse the thing anymore.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
wait, did you just call me a thing? I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, and the whole discussion, confuse the discussion anymore.
Which is me.
So
Okay, continue.
theta, or I don't know, should I use like alpha? That's probably a little
No,
bit
no, no,
nicer.
no, nope, nope. I want you
No,
to
'cause you're
continue
gonna
using.
confuse
Yes, I
yourself.
want you to use
Okay.
exactly what it
Theta
is.
is what we measure from the plates, from the photographic plates here over the course of 6 months. So we measure this angle, this value here. And
That's what we are
measure that.
measuring. Okay.
Yes, that's what we observe. We observe with our telescopes. We make 2 observations, and from those, when we compare the plates, we get out of that the angle measurement. Right?
So far.
Right. Okay. And with that, D over here is the unknown. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay.
So it's a simple matter.
Distance to the star.
Yes, this is the value. This is the distance here that we're trying to figure out, and it's a simple matter of trigonometry. It's literally a right angle triangle. Because if you think about it, it's like this is a right angle here. So I'm going to draw it like this, right? So we have, this is a right angle triangle. This here is the X dimension, Earth here, Earth there, our starry boy that we're interested in, and we have this angle here measured. So it's a simple matter of, I know that this angle here is simply 1/2 of that angle, theta half. And this distance here is the radius of Earth's orbit. With me so far?
Yep.
Mhm.
And so we're just trying to solve the triangle and figure out this length. And the length of, if you remember your basic trigonometry, is the tangent of an angle is the same as the opposite divided by the adjacent.
Okay. It actually makes perfect sense now.
Right, so since this angle is just double, then we just basically divide it by 2, and we'll take the tangent of it. So we'll take tangent of that of half of that angle that we've observed, and we know that it is this here value. I'm going to call this x half is just r, so it's just the radius of Earth's orbit divided by the unknown distance that we're looking for. And what you can do in math is very simple rearrangement. You can take this thing, throw it over onto the other side. We can take this thing and throw it over here onto the denominator. I hope you still remember your basic arithmetic rules. If not, I can tell you.
Enough.
It's a simple matter of like, I'm going to throw this over here. So this is going to go d times tan is going to go away from here. It's going to disappear. So d times the tangent of the angle half is radius. And then I can take this tangent and throw it onto the denominator here. So it's going to be, our distance is simply the radius of Earth's orbit around the sun divided by the tangent of the angle we measure. And this is how parallax works. It's literally, this is the entire thing.
Okay, so it literally isn't knowing the distance. It's the distance is a, what's the word I'm looking for? It happens distance happens because you find out the angle. It's not, you're not essentially, you're not even trying to find out the distance. You're trying to find out the angles of the triangle you're trying to.
You measure. This you measure. This you have to know ahead of time.
Yep.
We've
established that.
For the time being, let's assume that we know that the radius of Earth's orbit, and from that you can automatically get the distance out.
Yeah. Okay.
To the observation on the other end.
Now I'm going to ask you.
Super simple.
Yeah, it actually is now that I'm realizing that other
Yeah, it's
half
just
of that.
right angle triangle. I mean,
Yeah.
kids do this in elementary.
Now, here's a question that I have. This is probably the most important question to this young Earth creationist thing.
Mm-hmm.
Parallax wouldn't work on a geocentric.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. Yeah, no,
It wouldn't
it would
work
definitely.
at all.
Stellar parallax for sure wouldn't work. Yes, because if you're talking about the Ptolemaic model, in the Ptolemaic model, the Earth is. I'm going to take another page here. In the Ptolemaic model, the Earth is stationary, and the stars, the envelope of stars around it, basically just rotates around the Earth. But there is no lateral shifting of this envelope, so it doesn't do like this kind of a motion. It doesn't do that. It's literally just a circle around the Earth. In that case, yeah, the Earth literally has nowhere else from which you could measure distances like that. That wouldn't work.
I actually
But
have it. I'm trying to find it right now to
yeah.
put in the chat.
But you have to realize this model was invalidated at about the year 1600.
No, it wasn't, motherfucker, because they still use it today. I'm just kidding.
And the first stellar parallax measurement were, I don't know, like 1720 something.
So I just put in the chat. I don't know which chat I put it in. Yeah, I put it in the right one.
Slightly related, but completely unrelated. Totoro, do you feel like your handwriting changed when you started doing a lot more math?
I don't know. Maybe. I think this is sort of my handwriting since elementary.
Okay, so it was just me then. My handwriting was terrible before I started taking math classes.
Because it's so much better now.
I was just curious because your handwriting is really pretty.
My handwriting is pretty. My word, you have low standards. My handwriting is terrible.
So I just put it in the chat.
I appreciate the charming lie that you were telling me.
I gotta put something else in there. So I'm just writing gibberish in there so I can get.
I write like a goddamn sailor.
One more time. Okay, and what I just put in the chat makes no sense in the Discord chat. I only did that so I could get what I'm showing on there to come up in my little thing. This is what you're talking about. I wish I could pause this. If I could pause it, it'd make more sense.
I know what you mean. Parallax measurements are possible to be done with respect to planets if you want to measure the distances to planets, but in that case you can't use obviously the movement of the Earth. If you're trying to determine literally just the distance of, because in that case basically the scale is a little bit off.
Yeah, because you said earlier the biggest problem with what I just showed is you don't have a background far enough away.
Yes, that's one way. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But in this case, here's the funny part: is if the distances are reasonably smart. The reason why we have to use background stars and stellar parallax is because the distances are just so darn large. So the amount of angular shift is teeny tiny, even up against background stars. And with the Earth baseline here being 300 million kilometers, or was it in miles? It's like just about 200 million miles, 180 something. So that's why we have to use such large baselines. However, when the distance that you're trying to measure to something is much smaller, so let's say to Mars it might be something like 100 million kilometers, you can actually get a decent amount of parallax shift at such a distance from a much smaller baseline. So what you can do in that case is you can literally just have...
How far is our closest galaxy?
The closest galaxy is about, I forgot. It's like 2 to 2.5 million light years. In the case of galaxies, you're not talking stellar parallax. That is way too far.
Okay.
And if you're talking stellar parallax, this kind of a measurement, this is just sort of the first rung on the ladder of cosmic distance measurements.
Okay, this is going to be a stupid question, and I think maybe I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Uh-huh.
Our closest galaxy, stars are part of galaxies. They're not just rogue stars. Wait, there are rogue stars. Never mind.
Technically, yes, there are. I guess you might say that. Well,
Because
stars
every
and
star,
galaxies are different things.
but yeah, but the star, every star is part of a galaxy.
Not necessarily, no. There are objects out in intergalactic space that are typically by
Hey,
convention not considered
yeah,
galaxies,
no, I
but they
fucked up.
are,
Yeah,
you know,
okay, cause
if
yeah,
you
cause
want
like that, like we were talking about the three body problem and all that stuff. That would be a situation where stars haven't formed a solar system, haven't formed a galaxy, right?
no, the three body problem is a gravitational problem that happens in general even within a star system.
Okay.
Um, it's not about, well, I mean, you can formulate the three body problem at almost any scale if you want to, but typically the three body problem has typically when you're looking at the three body problem, you're looking at three roughly equally sized either stars or planets or whatever, stuff that is about comparable to each other in terms of scale, and they each are within motion to where they are within a significant gravitational influence of each other. So there you basically can't easily predict what they're going to do. And I, yeah,
Oh, okay.
I got laid into this by nerd pedantic in the chat afterwards. It's not that the three body problem doesn't have an analytical um,
And this is in reference.
analytical
This is in reference
solution.
to him
Yeah.
saying that parallax isn't even physics that much; it's geometry.
No. Well, parallax is geometry and it is physics and it is mathematics. I mean, it's kind of like it's just trying to relabel the study of structure. It's the same with different words. In any case, how was your question? Like, I'm trying to not confuse you, but the three body problem pertains to motion of objects usually within a solar system. So you kind of have issues
Okay,
with
they
predicting where
yeah.
they're going to go.
Okay, the fact that they've yeah, I see the confusion that I had when I asked the question now.
I really have to kind of put numbers on this. The three body problems usually are within, I would say, if you're trying to look for a scale number, let's see, what should it give you as a scale number? Are you familiar with the astronomical units, what that is in terms of distance?
Wait, what?
Are you familiar with the distance unit called astronomical unit? That's literally a big
AU.
word.
Yeah, AU.
Yes, AU. Okay, so three body problems are usually relevant when we're talking about distances that
About
are roughly astronomical units, like in right. So we're talking
in
unit tens, maybe hundreds of astronomical units. That's typically where the three body problems are solved.
okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
When we're talking about the motions of stars with respect to galaxies or even parallax god damn it, parallax distance measurements and that kind of stuff. We're talking parallax distance measurements. Let's go ahead and talk about this. Here we're not talking about astronomical units. Here we're already talking in terms of light years, which are themselves tens of thousands of astronomical units.
Yeah,
Right?
this the reason we say a star is blah 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 light years away rather than saying
Yes.
a star is astronomical unit blah 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 blah. Because
It'd just be a huge number, and that'd be
yeah.
kind of like it's not really all that helpful, you know. If I told you that, the nearest star to Earth is, Proxima Centauri. That's 4.2 light years, aka something like 80,000 AU. It's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
that's kind of unhelpful. So just use 4. Just say
Yeah.
4. And in fact, astronomers, because they're kind of snobby assholes, they usually will say 1.3 parsecs. But it's effectively sort of the same. 1 parsec is about 3.2 light years. It's just light years is used in popular science because it's easier for people to understand what it is.
Okay, but not necessarily the actual terminology or accurate method of it.
Yeah, in academic circles, you will see parsecs almost always, almost never light years. And even in that case, I mean, we're talking. If you're talking parsecs or light years, you're still. If I drew the galaxy to scale, right? So let's consider this is our Milky Way. Milky Way is about, give or take, 100,000 light years across. So if you're talking, if you're talking about a parallax measurement, it gives you 10 light years as the answer. To scale, it's like that amount of distance. It's the size of that dot, literally. Or even less, probably.
Yeah, scale-wise, I don't think you'd be capable of making an actual
a dot of that size. It would have to be 100,000 pixels. If this was 100,000 pixels across, then this would be about 10 pixels. Or if this was 10,000 pixels across, which my tablet doesn't have that much resolution, it would just be a single pixel. So you get the idea. It's teeny tiny. In fact, kind of, here's the thing to consider. This footprint right here that you see is basically the footprint of all of humanity's, even smaller than this, in fact, is all of humanity's radio signals. How far they have reached since we have invented anything that has to do with emitting radio signals. Like the first radio broadcast that would have reached into space would have been like the 1920s maybe. So this is 100 light years across, give or take. Or 100 light years, so 200 light years across, because 100 light years each way. So 200 out of 100,000 across is the size of the Milky Way galaxy. So, basically nothing.
Okay,
like
we don't
2
see
in 1,000.
This is gonna be. So we know where the closest galaxy is.
Now the closest galaxy would be Andromeda. I don't know, like if you think about it, it's that away about 2 million light years away. So if this is 100,000, it's 20 times further that away than is the diameter.
But we see it? But we can see Andromeda?
Yeah, absolutely we can. Yeah. Usually not with the naked eye. It's a bit too dim for that, but it's just about on the edge of being visible with the naked eye. But yeah, with a pair of binoculars, absolutely you can see it.
Is it actually, I think the universe is flat?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it is actually flat. You're being sarcastic, but it is flat, Tex.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, Andromeda, I think, if I remember right, it's actually in the southern hemisphere. I'm not sure it's actually visible from the northern hemisphere. Blue, you remember?
Let's find out. Well, Blue doesn't.
I do not. I don't know.
How do you spell Andromeda?
Andromeda. Spell the way it sounds.
Yeah, Andromeda.
Motherfucker, if that was the case, I wouldn't be saying, how the fuck do you spell it? I would have just sounded it out in my head. But I don't want to do that. I'm going to ask you smart people to just spell it. Thank you. You couldn't have just said it. No, you couldn't have, because you didn't know. You had to have your spell correct tell you. From what hemisphere?
Oh, I was wrong. It's only... Oh yeah, it's 2.5 million light years from Earth.
Yep.
Okay, so...
That's the same size as the Milky Way, roughly.
You can see it from both. It says Andromeda are both visible from northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, but the constellation is only visible south of 40. So you can see it, but you can't see the constellation. Okay, I get it. So you can see pieces of it.
Yeah, the official, or I guess, there's several names for what we call the Andromeda Galaxy. Is it in astronomical circles? It will typically be referred by some sort of a catalog number. So the conventional name for it, if you're looking for a name in astronomical circles, is M31. That means it's in the Messier catalog, and it's the 31st entry.
In fact, I'm happy you said that because I now remembered exactly what it is. That astronomer guy that I was telling you guys about that I was watching, it has his own laboratory and all that kind of stuff. And I don't care what you say, Mr. Stride. I think it's more impressive than Dr. Bob's. I'll get that link so people can actually know what the fuck I'm talking about. He was saying you can see it at a certain time of the year with the naked eye. I don't remember what month.
That's true.
It's just about, if I understand, the Andromeda Galaxy is just about on the edge of visibility for the naked eye, but you have to be fully dark adapted. So you have to basically be out in full darkness for at least like 10 to 20 minutes.
Yes, that's what he was saying. You did have to do the adjust game. He was explaining that too.
Yeah, it's I think stellar magnitude, the apparent magnitude 3.44. Okay, yeah. So if you want to know, when you look on Wikipedia, whenever you're looking at like stellar or astronomical phenomena, they'll tell you a parameter called magnitude. Magnitude. And if you're talking about apparent magnitude, what they're talking about is how bright it appears to your eye, right?
Yes.
So that's about what it says, and it's a logarithmic scale, but it's like a logarithmic in the sense that it increases in absolute power very quickly, but it is actually a reverse number. So it goes from like negative numbers, so like -30 is something like the sun on a bright day, goes through to 0, and then into the positive numbers is less and less bright. The limits of human vision is about, I think, 5, give or take. And Andromeda's apparent brightness is about 3.44, so it's just about on the edge of what you can see.
Yeah,
past 5, you can.
I remember because when we were talking about that on that other stream, I actually looked it up, and I remembered I had saved it. The Andromeda Galaxy is a magnitude of 3.4, which, like you said, is right on that edge, and basically takes a moonless night, probably plus your ass out in the wilderness, get the fuck away from the city, to be able to see it.
Yes. Let's see. The full moon is something like -10, I think, or -5. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. So yeah, definitely you want as much darkness around you, and we have telescopes that are able to see like, I don't know, like +24 or even more.
It says the full moon has a magnitude of -12.6, while the brightness of the sun is about -26.7.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
roughly, give or take.
Here's a link you'll probably enjoy.
Neat. Yeah, and it just gets extremely bright. The moon is just gonna blow out your vision if it's. Yeah, sun at noon is about 20. Yeah, there you go. I was remembering, it's like -30 or something. Yeah, on faded stars, we go down to like +30. But you're talking very long-term exposures at that point. You have to like open up the well, you have to gather up light for hours on end.
Yeah, that's
there are observations that take that long, but I mean, at that point you're talking obviously fairly high-end equipment already.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so getting back to parallax, so that's how we know the distances to stuff. In parallax, by the way, conventionally, the way young Earth creationists got around this, most young Earth creationists, including one of the most prominent ones, is called Kent Hovind.
If you don't know who the fuck that is, get the fuck from under your rock.
Yeah, he actually accepts stellar parallax. He says that this works, but he typically only argues for it because he doesn't actually understand how far we've advanced. So in the 1980s, with ground-based telescopes, we could do stellar parallax out to maybe 200 to 300 light years. Beyond that, the atmosphere is just too unstable to where you would basically have the image of the star here wobble too much between these 2 points. They'd get so tightly together to where just the natural oscillation or instability in the atmosphere would make it such that it would be unresolvable from each other, right? So just too unstable. But since the 1980s, we've had much advancement, and in the 2010s, the European Space Agency launched a probe called Gaia, which is a space parallax observatory. So it's a space probe out around the Earth. And one of the neat things about observations in space is there's an atmosphere to get in the way. So Gaia has a current resolution limit or angular parallax measurement limit of somewhere in the vicinity of 20 to 30,000 light years.
That's how far I can see.
That's how tightly it can reliably measure these angles to that. So it can, if you want the technical terms, it can measure down to about 10 to 20 micro arc seconds. So now, as I mentioned, one arc second.
Yeah, so that
one
means
parallax
it could.
Arc second is 3.2.
So it can basically go back up to the top one. So on the right, that distance that we measure that you get from the parallax, it can accurately do it essentially every 3 months for every 3 months in that measurement.
Well, it does every 6 months, just to, you want maximum baseline. But the angle measurement, it's this here. It can reliably measure down to about 10 to 20 micro arc seconds. So one arc second gives you 3.2 light years.
Mm-hmm.
1/2 of an arc second would be double that, right? That's just simple perspective. So it'd be twice 3.2 light years.
Do you need me to do the math for you?
Yeah, that's okay. And so Gaia can observe down to, that'll be milli, about there. So 0.01 to 0.0002 arc seconds. So that comes out to roughly 20,000 to 30,000 light years of parallax measurement. And this is used then, and at that point you're talking being able to observe a decent chunk of the Milky Way galaxy directly with parallax measurement for distances.
And that can do it. And that can probably do multiple parallax.
Well,
way
it does
multiple.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't do just one. It does like a whole bunch of them at one time.
It takes
another one.
It almost takes a plate reading every whatever, and just constantly.
Yes.
That takes the data and
Yeah, you download it into the server and then compare it 6 months later with another observation of the same position.
And in reality, they're probably doing 1,000 of those a day. 1,000 stars a day.
And yes, quite likely, yeah. So that's how it's done. And you can basically just go back into your database, look up the data from 6 months ago, compare it in the computer, and you get very, very accurate distance measurements to thousands of stars within this kind of an envelope.
Yeah.
And from that, you can then take another. So with this, you've only determined this distance. I mean, it's like 3 times the distance for the young Earth creationists. So that's already screwed. But then from that, so that's what usually the way you explain this on the cosmic distance ladder, typically it's called the distance ladder, is you say that you can use parallax up to, at this point, about 20 to 30,000 light years. But how do you get further than that, right? How do we determine that the Andromeda galaxy is 2.5 million light years away? And then there are other methods that overlap with parallax over some region of distances. You use this region to calibrate the method to make sure that, okay, if we measure something here and we compare it to parallax, then we can make sure that our measurements match, and then we can basically rely on it giving us more information there. And it's not just usually one correlation. There's going to be another method here that's going to cross-correlate with parallax and with this method here. So you basically do a cross comparison.
And every time we advance in technology, AE, Hubble,
Yeah, and then there's going to be
Gaia, and
another.
all these. Exactly, yeah.
And there's going to be another method here, and the way we do it. So, for example, there's another method called a Cepheid variable. Variable meaning Cepheid is a particular type of star, and variable means that the star's brightness, if you plotted the brightness of the star over time, this is time and this is like its absolute magnitude, then it basically varies, right? That's why it's called a variable, because its absolute brightness varies. Or even its apparent brightness. So it gets dimmer, then it gets brighter, then it gets dimmer, then it gets brighter again. And there is the reason for this variation is understood, and what we found out is that this time period of oscillation is directly correlated to its absolute magnitude. So you basically get to figure out how absolute bright the star is. You get to get this number from simply measuring the time, and so then you can basically just compare it. Okay, it appears as magnitude some different number, and from the way that the light spreads, you can figure out, okay, therefore it must have been this distance away for it to appear as this brightness, but it is intrinsically, we say, in absolute numbers, it's bright some different number. Make sense?
Yes. I have a question.
We also correlate this. We check this also via parallax to make sure that we didn't screw it up.
This is kind of off topic, but topic. You were talking about magnitude. Have you heard about the... Where the fuck is it? They just put it out. The new... They think... I don't know if it's... I don't know how to phrase this without sounding crazy. And I don't know where it is, so now I don't want to talk about it. Oh, wait, never mind. Where is it? It's a YouTube channel. It's a news organization. And they were talking about a possible Dyson sphere.
Oh, that.
I found it. I want to play it.
Yeah, I know.
Sir Patrick Stewart said that.
Okay. I got to get the link first, because if I don't put the link, this channel will take me down. I know that for a fact because the other day it happened. Hang on, let me put this link in the chat or in the description before I do it. All right. Now I can play it and be seen on the screen without worry. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. Enjoy.
On Star Wars over 30 years ago, but it's not actually science fiction, but a real theory that some astronomers are saying could prove the existence of aliens. But not just the existence of aliens, possibly 60 alien civilizations. 60. Now, astronomers have recently made a huge discovery that has split the scientific community on whether aliens actually exist or if it's just plain old astrophysics. This is called the Dyson sphere, which Sir Patrick Stewart was talking about. And it is a hypothetical alien-made planet-sized structure that's built around a star so it can use its energy as a power source. Now, 2 new scientific papers detail the discovery of a total of 60 stars with the potential to have these power-emitting Dyson spheres, leading some to suggest that aliens could be living off of one or more of them. After all, there are 60, so the odds might be better than you think that we're not alone. Now, scientists say these 60 stars are emitting way more infrared heat than a normal star, and one explanation is these are, in fact, Dyson spheres built by aliens. But how likely is that? Well, to answer that question, I'm joined right now by...
I know every person that likes physics and or science just cringe when they see that face. I know.
Yeah. Oh my God, Kaku is on TV again.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna let him talk. He does his spiel, right? You know, it's something amazing, but at the very end, he does actually go doubtful. But
yeah, he kind of does like to ham it up for the.
Oh yeah, big time. He does. He definitely does in that. But the topic is what I wanted to talk about because about 6 years ago, there was a TED Talk, probably one of my favorite TED Talks I've ever listened to because it was probably the first time I heard science go, holy shit, we have no fucking clue what we're looking at. I know you're going to know what I'm talking about, and it has everything to do with a Dyson sphere. They were looking in some direction and noticed through not gravitational lensing, and you had talked about this before in one of the streams, the dimness, I guess it'd be this magnitude thing we're talking about. When they see a star dim, they
Yeah,
can say,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
yeah. So they observed a object that created a dimming effect
Yes.
far longer than any thought of planet or known object could do this to. This
Right,
instant, this literally, and this is not conspiracy, people. This so far is as real as it fucking gets. Just this observation alone has, and I would say, is the reason the whole Pentagon UFO thing is going on. This to me is part of it, why it's this to this point now. It literally put scientists in a box where they can no longer they were no longer saying aliens are impossible, get out of my face. When I say aliens, don't think little green men when I'm saying this. Think life outside of us. And basically, this observation they made, the only conclusion at the time was this has to be some type of Dyson sphere. We just don't have the proof of it yet. Now, I don't know where they've come since. This was a while ago. But what this guy is talking about is kind of along the same thing, I think.
Yeah. I remain highly skeptical of that.
Okay. Well, you know the practice of what I'm talking about. And you know that astronomy does observe this quite regularly. But what creates this over, in front of a star to create this dimming and or darkness,
Yeah,
what was observed, do you think it's, and I'm assuming you're going to say it's gas.
It could have been gas, but at the same time, you could say that, okay, how long was it? It's the first important question. And second of all is you have to realize that orbits are a little bit more complicated than, I'm sure that the scientists have considered it, but I kind of doubt that they wrote their papers in a manner where people would have where they were trying to ham it up as such. I think it's mostly a matter of like broken telephone to where people were telling each other stories about what it was. But for example, if you look
okay,
at a highly...
I'll make it. I kind of hammed it up a little.
That's okay.
No, because this was a TED Talk that I was talking about. When the lady explained what was going on, I will say this: she only used Dyson sphere to give an example of something that we can reference in our brains would have created this situation. She did not say it was a Dyson sphere. It was just the reference of, and if it is something that big, it most likely would have had to have been created, not there.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that there's eventually going to be some kind of a different explanation that does not involve a Dyson sphere or whatever. It's not just people can hypothesize, but it was just then the popular media or the popular press will just start and go and run with the explanation. And the explanation might be very much more mundane as like, for example, it literally could just be a very highly eccentric orbit here. One of the features of orbits is that when the object is very on the far side, and imagine that this is aligned with our point of view, right? So this is what we see. When the object is on the far side of its orbit, then it goes extremely slowly here. It goes super quick around the close approach, and when it's at the it's called the perigee or the perihelion, and this is called the aphelion. Aphelion. So when it goes around the furthest point of approach for its star, it can actually take quite a while to do the whole thing, and it's easy to confuse yourself if you don't, if you don't see, if you don't have the information about the exact orbital parameters and like the layout of the orbit. You can easily confuse yourself to think that, oh my God, it's something big that's just taking a very long time to transit, maybe, or it's just quite possibly just something that takes a very highly eccentric orbit, and you're just looking at it at its slowest point. So maybe, I don't know. It's for the actual, like, to actually conclude that this is anything more than a weird observation would take a whole lot more than a single stellar, transit measurement, or like even multiple stellar transit measurements. Like there are arguments you can make one way or the other, but it's I would say that it still is. It's going to take a whole lot more data
Okay.
to even get
So
me to the point where I would say maybe.
I found it. Okay. So the star in question is called Tabby's star. It explains that usually light fluctuations of Tabby stars included up to a 22% dimming in brightness were discovered by a citizen scientist as part of a Planet Hunters project. The discovery was made from a data collected by Kepler's Space Telescope, which observes changes in the brightness of distant stars to detect exoplanets. Several hypotheses have been proposed to explain the star's large irregular changes in brightness, but as in 2024, none of them fully explain all aspects of the resulting light curve. It has been suggested that it is an alien megastructure, but evidence tends to discount this suggestion. In 2019, astronomers reported that observed dimming of Tabby's star may have been produced by fragments resulting from the disturbance of a orphaned exomoon. Tabby's star is not the only star that has large irregular dimmings, but other such stars include young stellar objects called YSOs, dippers, which have different dimming patterns.
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely the star.
Yeah, that's one of the problems is when you're doing these kinds of observations. If you're just talking about an irregular dimming pattern, we naively assume that, or at least conventionally you would naively assume that if you look at the intrinsic brightness of a star, so this is time, this is magnitude, if it was just there all by itself, then it would just look like that, right? It'd just be flat line. Even for the sun, this is not quite true. The sun has very slight oscillations in its absolute brightness, but they're fairly small. The thing is, that's only because the sun is fairly old. Young stars can have massive, completely irregular fluctuations in their dimming patterns and their absolute brightness, and that's largely a consequence of the fact that they are fairly unstable, still forming. They can have stuff being blown off. They can have stuff accreting still into them. The nuclear fusion processes inside may not be quite stabilized. So you can end up with variation there, and you just have to be very careful about what you're looking for. You can quite easily confuse yourself.
Okay, what if it is something?
Well, if it is something cool.
Because I mean, if it was a planet, but no, fuck that. The object that's doing it is unfathomable to us.
Fathomable.
Yeah, to us in what exists in space. That's,
perhaps.
I mean, that's got to be obvious no matter what so far, right? I mean,
yeah, quite likely it would be engineering beyond our scale, definitely.
and it's not like a planet that we've seen in space at all. So it's not something that we can go, oh, it's just a big planet. Like we can't do that.
No, it'd have to be something very strange. But so far the track record on that is 0. So my money is definitely more on it just being some sort of a natural phenomena or misinterpreted data.
But see, that's the weird part about it, though, right? Because
Even if I
because
let me,
this
let me just
happened hang on, this happened in when the fuck did it
Tabby
happen?
Star. The data collected was like 2010s or something, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, okay. So from 2010 to currently, it's still
Right.
it's still unknown.
Mhm.
I feel like if it was a dimming phenomena, like some of these other ones that it talked about that had irregular dimming patterns, I feel like it would have been known by now. That they would have been.
Not,
This is what it is.
no, not necessarily. I mean, the object itself may just be kind of uninteresting for people that are in the field to go and waste telescope time on it. So they might say, okay, well, that's weird and interesting, but in order for us to determine the answer to this, it would take X amount of money or X amount of telescope time, whatever. And it's just we've got so much other stuff that seems to us to be more interesting, and you haven't made your case sufficiently for this being kind of something that we want to waste telescope time on, so we're just not going to bother. And it might simply be a combination of like the cost to find out exactly might be higher than what the perceived payoff is, in light of it probably is most
Wait,
likely just a boring, mundane phenomenon.
see, that doesn't sound right to me because if it's not something, if it's not just a dimming, irregular dimming pattern,
Well,
it's fucking pretty serious.
maybe, but at the same time, you realize that it's not just this that you have weirdness in the galaxy of, or like in astronomy, you have 10,000 other people with their own weird shit that they want to investigate, and you have one telescope with time to allocate on it between 10,000 people. So who do you give preference to? Because I can guarantee that for this Tabby star observation, you can come up with 10 other things that might be perhaps to the scientific community more intriguing.
More
So,
intriguing than a fucking Dyson sphere? Come on, man.
oh yeah, absolutely. You got weird shit going on all over the place.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask you a serious. It's not really a serious question, but it is a serious question. If there was something on its way, do you think we've seen it by now?
On its way to from where to where?
To here, from
Okay.
space. Do you think we'd know about it by now?
Not necessarily. Depends on the size of the object.
Well, Earth, an Earth killer.
Unlikely that there is a Earth-killing size asteroid anywhere within, I would say, at least a few hundred years of impact to us.
Okay, that's what I mean. Okay, so
It's just intrinsically there are so if you're talking about like what is the danger to Earth and from asteroid impacts and that kind of stuff, there is kind of a weird scale where if you plot the mass of the object versus the destructive power, and so you say that something's really, really tiny, it has tiny destructive power, and it's just because of the mass, you can basically call this not just mass, call this the size of the object. There is a limit to what we can detect with telescopes, radar, that kind of stuff, right? So here's a
yeah,
cutoff point to like the smallest thing that we can observe. Let me put it a little bit further down the chart so I
it'd
can
be like
illustrate
it'd
what
be
I'm
like
talking about.
if like because we do have asteroids that are the size of the Empire State Building. I
Right.
believe
Yeah.
I don't remember the distance. I was just looking at it because of the stream yesterday. So it'd be like saying, and these aren't correct numbers. An asteroid that the size of the Empire State Building, we can
Mhm.
see at 300,000 miles away. I know these aren't right numbers,
Sure.
but that means at 2.1 million miles away, we won't be able
Mhm.
to see that object. A telescope
Right.
won't be able to pick it up. It won't.
Right.
Radio won't be able to bounce something off of it because it
Right. Right.
and get a act. Yeah. Okay. It
What I mean is our detection limit is currently so low in that like the size limit that we can detect to where compared to like these would be the planet busters,
yeah.
right? And it's kind of a little bit more complicated. This is mostly actually a function of size and distance, but if you think about it as essentially like the size of what matters for it, we can detect stuff much,
Oh,
much, much smaller
yeah.
than where the planet busters start at.
So
So we know essentially.
you
So we
draw
basically know. Yeah,
draw
we know all
squiggly
about.
lines on
Yeah,
the
we can
inside
basically.
of your 2 marks.
Right. So what I mean here is, we know all about essentially all objects within this size, right? So we know
Yes.
essentially all planet busters that are in the Milky Way, and way below that. But there is still a range here. That's really the tricky part here. Is right. This is the size. This is way below our detection limit. So we don't know. We don't know about these guys. And there's a size limit that was like too small
Yeah.
to bother because they really their effect is fuck all,
Yeah, they
right?
burn up or get
They,
influenced by something else.
about like all they do is basically just make a pretty little light show in the sky, and it's nothing more than that.
Yeah.
But there is a region here under where our detection limit is, to where there is some destructive potential.
Yeah, so if the known big stuff enters that area, they instantly
No,
go. No,
it's I mean, like, these guys are never going to get smaller. Like, this is the size of the object here, right?
no. What
And
I
that's where
meant
it
is
doesn't
it's
shrink.
like, so like you have your detection limit,
Right.
and then you have the other limit, which means the stuff that is big enough to still see. We know that if that stuff gets within the detected limit, that's when we start going, is it going to pass us? Is it going
Yeah.
to hit
If we
us?
discover, yeah, if we discover, so essentially what I mean here is that essentially all the stuff that would seriously threaten us, we already know about, and we know that it's not really going to be an issue. That having been said, I'm kind of simplifying here in that this is not simply a matter of size. It's a function of size and distance. So we can say that within a certain ratio of size to distance, we can say that there's nothing. There's, let's say it like this. There's no planet busters within, I would say, several hundred years, at least on periodic orbits. There are things that are aperiodic,
Wait,
which we
does that
cannot
mean?
say, ahead of time.
But wait, can we predict if any of those several hundred-year planet busters will enter our solar system?
We know,
Because
we know. We know where they are, and we know their orbits for at least a few hundred years ahead of time, and we know that they're not going to get anywhere close to Earth or like destroy Earth or anything like
okay, yeah,
that.
but
So for those, we know. There are aperiodic things that are like aperiodic comets, that kind of stuff. If you think about it, like Sun, Earth, Jupiter, Pluto, whatever, that kind of scale. There is a whole shitload of objects that are very
orbiting,
far
yeah,
away on extremely long orbits. Extremely long orbits. We're talking like
yeah, thousands and thousands,
millions,
yeah,
millions of years, right? And on occasion, there's just so many of them. On occasion, some of them will come down into the lower solar system, come about, and then get ejected again someplace very, very far away.
mm?
Those guys we do not know because they're so far
Oh,
away.
yeah,
But if you talk at this point, we're talking about like to get from here to anywhere near us, you're talking probably
yeah.
100+ years. And by the
It,
time they get to anywhere near us, where they would be in like 100 years, we would know about them because
yeah,
they get to within our detection range.
yeah. Okay, so there's even the detectable so to make it even
Even the
clearer,
planet busters that we don't know
the
about.
yeah, but it'd be we see it and then we'd have 100 years basically to then think about it.
Plus, yeah,
Plus, yeah,
to figure something out.
and
And by
that's
that point,
and that would be more
yeah,
that would be more seeing one that can do it, not so much knowing it's on its way.
Yes.
So then it'd be the
Um,
calculation of that.
yeah, I mean, we can predict orbits with fairly high levels of precision, but even if we saw that, okay, it's something that it's going to be a bit iffy. We don't know for sure. We can start monitoring a lot closer its trajectory, refine the estimate where it's going to pass, and if we think that okay, this guy is actually a problem, we would probably know it with like 50 plus years of lead time,
But see,
to know that it's actually going to be a serious problem.
now, so I see what you're saying, but now I'm thinking on the realistic scale of what we're talking
Mhm.
about.
Right.
I don't think it's possible to play the predict orbit game with
Uh-huh.
things at this scale.
No, we
For
can.
instance,
No, we
okay,
absolutely
so
can.
for instance, an asteroid that orbits Pluto
Right.
and may have a million year orbit. For
It
all
actually
we
doesn't
know,
orbit Pluto. It orbits the
you know
sun,
what I
but
mean.
with a giant, yeah, highly
You,
eccentric orbit. Yeah.
I know what you're saying, but that is that is not to say that it's not already in its ejection orbit. That's not to
Mhm.
say that it's not a what do you call it? When it doesn't stick, it's not a actual orbit. It's a false orbit. What is it called? I know it's not. There's a
Uh,
term for it.
I mean, aperiodic orbit is one of the terms, is where it doesn't have a regular period. It basically just comes close, gets
Yes.
gravitational affected by some planet, and then gets ejected some different way. And it doesn't come back on the same path necessarily. It might come back a
Yes.
different way. Whatever.
Yes.
This is called an aperiodic orbit. Yeah.
Yes. There's no way to know if an object is that of this scale that we're talking about is in
Mhm.
that. And because of that, I don't think it is. I think the only buffer you have is the second they see something,
Right.
how long would it take to get here from that point? Not it's on its way, not it's in orbit. It's always that if that is ejecting, it's going to take this long. Let's look next year.
You're looking at least 40 to 50 plus years until it gets from like some sort of a detection limit to where it is like we're talking planet busting
Yeah.
size, right?
So wait, so
Um,
now hang on. So now the planet busting size ones that we know about, those are the
mhm,
ones that we've seen, questioned the is it coming or is it orbiting something or doing its orbit
right,
thing, and
right.
years. I don't know how long it would take.
No, no. I mean, even if there was a planet buster that we didn't know about that is so far is outside of our detection limit. Once it gets to within our detection limit, it would get detected fairly soon, and then you're talking dozens to
50, yeah.
hundreds of years of notice ahead before it gets anywhere near to us to where it could hit us. And we can predict orbits with fairly high levels of precision. And the
Okay.
closer it got, the more precision we would actually get out of that.
Okay. So the second it rounds the in this situation it orbits the sun or
Mhm.
whatever we have. Um, if it's undetectable,
Right?
that just means it's now at that point. How long does it
Well, it
take? How long would it take to know coming or going?
coming and going is easy. Going well, first of all, if it was if it was going out, then obviously it must have been closer. So at that point, we would have detected it decades ago. So we're
What do you mean?
talking about
What do
just
you
coming,
start
the
out? What
coming
do you
part. Like if you think about it like radar. Um, Let me put it like this. Um, if your radar station has a detection limit of this, and you get a blip, do you think it
Yes.
was leaving?
Okay. You don't know.
Obviously, it wasn't leaving because then it would have been closer. Then you would have seen it earlier,
No, no,
right?
no, no, no.
So it's
Because
up.
that could,
It
because
definitely.
okay, that first blip. Because what
Mhm,
basically what we're talking about now is the radar scan essentially goes around once.
mhm.
That's one position. You don't know coming or going right there. No, no, wait. I'm sorry. Stop. You do
Well,
because it's
you
there.
actually
Yeah, it's
you
there.
actually well that's the thing is, yeah, you can do many more scans then this thing can travel in a single time
Yeah.
period.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
idea,
Okay. So the second scan, how long does that take us to do in this situation?
it's not a, it doesn't work this way. If you're talking telescopes, you can observe an object continuously.
Okay,
It's mostly a matter of you
but
spotting
that's
it.
okay. Yeah, that's the problem because that's not
Mhm.
entirely true. So me and you, we're sitting at our observatory, and we are staring at this fucking star.
Sure.
We notice a dim. We blah blah blah, whatever it takes. We know it's an asteroid. We know its size. Holy shit,
Sure.
its size is planet. It's a planet buster. So
Right. At that point, so
so
before
hang
you
on, hang on,
actually,
hang on, hang on. So we're the middle dot, and the planet buster is at the outside of our vision. The first time we're able to
right.
see it. Okay,
Hmm.
so at this point, we know it's coming. It's at
Hmm.
our visual
Yeah.
limit so far, and we
Right.
don't know if it's coming at us, or we don't know if it's just in
Right.
its orbital path. How long does it take for us to know if how long does it take us to know the
It's
second dot on this radar?
it's not a matter. It's not a fixed step. So you can literally just, you can observe it for 5 minutes and you'd know that, okay, is it moving? It's a question of error bars. So after
But
five
see,
minutes, you
no,
might
no,
say
wait,
that
wait,
it's
wait.
moving
But you're
this way.
not. But so you wait.
Let
You're
me finish.
telling. Hang on.
Let me
You're
finish.
telling me that they can see an asteroid at that distance move in a 5 minute in a distance in
No,
5 minutes.
I'm talking a hypothetical here.
Okay.
Let's say that we observe it in and in 5 minutes it has moved a teeny tiny amount, just barely for our for instruments to detect or whatever. You might then be able to say that, okay, it's probably moving this way, but your error bars are ginormous. So it might be going this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. This is just the most probable one
Hmm.
that you think, right?
Yep.
So typically the way we express this in scientific terms is we have a probability function, and then we have a value, right? So that let's say that this direction is this x-axis here, and we say that it's the probability is looks like that. So we think it's most probable here, but it might also be here, and it might also be here, and it's fairly highly probable that it's somewhere within this. So it's the width of this, right? So the width, the uncertainty, the error bars are high, but the longer you wait, so let's say you observe it after 1 year later,
Yes.
it's moved here. So in that case, you might say,
Okay.
okay, then I can observe it's here with a much tighter probability.
No,
So
no, no. Okay. That you no, you answered the
this
question.
graph
So
has
basically,
just become tighter.
okay. So basically, we observe a planet buster, as we were calling it.
Hmm.
It would take a year to know we're fucked or we're not so fucked.
It's even more. It's a bit more difficult than that. You might be able to say after 1 year, you're gonna say concern.
Yes.
Keep watching.
Yes.
Plus
Okay.
plus 2 years.
Okay.
Serious concern.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Now this is
Plus,
exactly what I'm asking. Okay.
plus 5 years later, it's here, and you
Okay.
say alarm. That's a serious problem that we're looking
Okay.
at here.
And
And
now what we're talking
and
about
by that
specifically,
point,
right? But what we're talking about specifically right now still has a 50 to 500 year time limit to get to
yes,
us. Okay.
yes, you're talking decades to centuries to get
Okay.
to us.
Now here's my question. Here's my question. You ready? Here's my
Mhm.
question. Do they tell us?
Yes, this would not be a question of telling us, because this information, by this time it is, or even like on the initial detection stage where there is uh, not even least concern. I would just say interest, right? So, something here literally just goes out to the academic community, and it just gets put into the star charts or asteroid charts, and other observatories and other scientists are gonna revisit the object after a while and look at it again. So it has to go through. So there's, even if there was an attempt to conceal
Hmm.
this ladder of concern would not be possible to conceal, because you don't know ahead of time whether it's of interest, because there's literally thousands of things discovered every day. So you don't know ahead of time which ones are going to be the alarming ones.
But what
Right.
if now I'm going? This is going to be fun. I hope you're ready. What if? Okay, so we're going to say we've spotted a planet buster. This is me asking for clarification. This may be something that's only seen from China.
Right.
Okay. If that were to happen, and let's say, because in my opinion, I don't think they
Here's
would tell us. I don't think they would tell us at
here-
all.
here's
Just
actually the
because.
funnier part is you don't even know the size of the object ahead of time. So
Well, no. We're gonna say they know, because now we're going to the woo aspect of this.
okay.
Yeah, I know it makes you uncomfortable. I can tell. That's why we're doing it.
No, what I mean is there's plenty of stuff that is large. If it hit us, would be a serious, massive problem, like literally break the Earth apart. There's tens of millions of these objects out there. We've cataloged many, 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 many.
Yeah, but those
How
but
would you know
those
that?
things.
Yeah, but how would you know ahead of time that okay, this one that you've just discovered that looks a bit weird, but you don't know really anything about it. You're not gonna publish this one.
Well, the ones that
How?
are close, because the ones that could get us that are closer, that we've cataloged, we
Uh-huh.
can we have certainty that those aren't going to hit us.
But you don't
But
know ahead of time. If you don't, you're trying to basically set up a situation to where okay, they're gonna conceal the information about this object, but how would they know ahead of time which object to conceal? Since then there's another 1,000 observations that are done that day that
I
might
would
also be of
say,
concern.
yeah, I would say anything. So go back up a little bit so I can reference. Okay, I would say anything within the concern
Mhm.
to serious. Anything in between
Right.
there, start going, do we hide this? And now we
Yeah, but
go. Now you ready? Now we're gonna do this.
but
Ready? Here, no. Here comes the part. How do they do that? I'll tell you right now. What is the most important thing to where you put an observatory?
I don't know, having good viewing.
Yep, light pollution. The least amount of light pollution
Sure.
possible. Okay. What is
Sure.
the reason we don't look at stars during the day?
Well, you can't see them.
Why
What's
is
the biggest?
okay? Yep. Why now? Hang on. Why is no the new moon the best time for astronomers?
Because you have the least amount of light, I guess. It's typically called seeing. You have best seeing during a new moon. Yeah, when the
Yep.
sky is preferably as dark as it can be. Yes.
Okay. Now, what if, say, China creates an artificial moon so the sky is always bright, and astronomers in China, who are the only observers, can't no longer see it? Now,
Okay.
okay. Now, what if I told you?
Um,
Hang on. What if I told you that China has an artificial fucking moon that they have used?
I would say that evidence, please.
Yes, sir. Pull that right up right now.
If
China's
you talk,
artificial. You always okay. This is a real thing. Hang on, let me get to it. Okay. China's space program has begun growing it by leaps and bounds. With 2001 as one of the most successful years, Beijing in 2020 first century, the country has now built an artificial moon facility that will simulate a lunar conditions in the environment for scientists to test new tech and futures.
uh-huh.
By now
That's
they have
not an
ordered.
artificial moon.
Yes, it is. Okay,
It's,
hang
God
on.
damn it, it's an
Let me find it.
environmental simulation facility here on the ground,
Hang on, hang on, hang on.
or maybe in orbit. It's like, wow, it's a piece of a module that you attach to a space station. That's not, it's
Here it
not
is.
trying to simulate the appearance of the moon. Well, not
No,
outside anyway.
it's the light. So scientists hoping to hang the man-made moon above the city of whatever that is, the capital of China's southwest Zhejiang province, according to reports
Chengdu and Sichuan province.
Yeah, motherfucker, why don't you read it? You're a good reader. You have been passing the torch. Have at it, friend.
Scientists are hoping to hang a man-made moon above the city of Chengdu, the capital of China's southwestern Sichuan province. According to a report in Chinese state media, the imitation celestial body, essentially an illuminated satellites, will bear a reflective coating to cast sunlight back onto Earth, where it will supplement streetlights at night. That's a whole bunch of horse shit.
They're doing it.
I mean, you can put a high power lamp into the sky, but it's gonna be scientists estimate the light's gonna be 8 times more luminous than the actual original moon. That's gotta be some stupid idea that somebody's made up and not actually gonna I'm gonna press 100,000 times X to doubt on this ever happening, because the
They
amount
did
of
it.
Okay. I'm gonna look at this because this looks like a whole bunch of baloney. Going through the.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Gone through the broken telephone about 10 times over.
I told you we were going down this path, man. This isn't, okay. So with that being said, now with what you just read, wouldn't that be a way that observatory no longer could see in the sky a certain part of the sky for as long as they had it up there, right? That would mean those astronomers all around China that would be able to see it, there's a way to stop them from seeing it. Am I wrong?
Not really. You could best blind a single telescope, and it would be pretty obvious to any telescope system to know that what they're observing is short-ranged and artificially made.
No.
Okay,
no. Hang on. No.
So first of all,
hang on. The moon that's in the sky, like this thing they're talking about, that is artificial. Like they even know it's there. But what I mean is that light pollution could make it so that observatories, because remember, if it may even be a situation where you can only see it from one place.
I would really like a better citation on this, because this article is talking about a potential future thing.
Yes.
Not actually something they've done. So this is from 2018, and planning to launch an artificial moon into orbit by 2020. Okay. Have they actually done something? And I'd like to know the details of the project.
Okay.
Because this smells like broken telephone 10 times over.
I agree, but let's find out. Let's figure this out.
China artificial moon satellite 2020 launch. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, it's just a plan. Astronomy magazine, by 2020, Tianfu New Area Science Society plans to launch an artificial moon. Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Does it say what the name of it is called?
Yeah, no, I think this is mostly a. Yeah, I think this is just a bunch of clickbait from 2018. They said it's going to be a launch in 2020, and I can't see a single article that goes. Okay, this is an article from 2022. Is China launching fake moon a bright idea, from howstuffworks.com. Artificial Chinese sounds and build an artificial moon research facility that will enable them blah blah blah. Slated for official launch this year, will use a powerful magnetic field inside a 2-foot diameter. Wow. Vacuum chamber to make gravity disappear. Okay, yeah, they're trying to basically just magnetically offset some weighted system. Earlier, trying to use magnets to levitate a frog. Sure. So, man, is this even in? Yeah, apparently they do want to put it into orbit, but yeah, no, this is a completely a different story. Earth is Life here. This is not anything to do with illuminating the ground. Not even sure what the hell they're trying to do.
Use less electricity.
Well, in this case, probably use more electricity, because the strength of the magnetic field, you need to levitate something with water in it, like the frog levitation thing was essentially they're using that to pull frog up by the water content of its body. Water is diamagnetic, so it actually is slightly repulsed by magnetic fields, but not very strongly. So you need an extremely powerful magnetic field,
Okay. Hang on.
which
We
chews power
digress.
down really fast.
Well, hang on. We
No, this is
digressed. And I hang on. We
this is completely
digressed.
different.
We digressed, and I wasn't finished making you uncomfortable, because it does make you uncomfortable. I want to ask this question one more time, and my headphones may die.
It's
Fuck.
more like makes me confused and somewhat
Okay.
amused, but go ahead.
Okay, hang on. Okay. We're in China. This is the
Okay.
only place we can see this phenomena happen for us. Would
somebody turn off the
would-
internet?
would it work? Would it mask that? Why would? Come on, man. It
The
would
the
mask
amount
it.
of power
No,
that
no, oh,
you
no,
have
no,
to
no, no, oh, no, not the moon. Fuck that. Okay, I get it, because I'm looking and I'm
Okay.
not seeing anything. I'm saying, would that be a means to hide the fact that there is a planet buster coming in for at least half that 50 to 100 years?
Not really. No, the strength of the light that you'd have to use, and you'd only blind one facility, and they'd know pretty well that, hey, there's some asshole shining a super powerful light in our face. Can you please turn it off? No, like the amount of power that you'd need to even generate anything like that on any scale is just something not practically viable.
Okay, it makes okay. You ruined my
Imagine it's
fantasy
like-
world.
I mean, imagine it's like somebody is trying to simulate the, what's sort of the scale? I can't really come up with any obvious way to make it clear how preposterous of an idea this would be to like try, like if you have to go to a technological solution to try and conceal this, then you've already kind of lost. The way to do this, if you want to, is you'd have to have some sort of giant conspiracy of all
Wait.
long distance observatories.
Wait, time out. They
That'd be
could
the more
just
practical way to do it.
no. The more practical way to do it, and the way they probably would fucking do it, would be fucking just putting a gag order on all astronomer reports.
Sure, right. That's the least insane version of doing it, and
I just
even
realized that.
there, right? And even there, there is no unified science government that could actually do this. There's not like an induction that you get into the science community when you finish your postdoc graduation and that kind of stuff, to where you're told like, hey, this is the secret handshake and this is how we do things here. When
do it every
this
day.
red phone rings, you do whatever they tell you and you don't ask questions. That's not how
They
this
do
is
it
done.
every day, and I can prove this
No,
one. You ready?
Not even close.
Okay, they do it with meteorologists every day. Right now, there's a. You don't think they do?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Where
Not
does
even
okay?
close, no.
Okay. Where does NOAA get their information? Or I'm sorry. Where do meteorologists get their information? I already said it. NOAA, right?
In the U.S., maybe.
Yes,
but
yes. Okay.
But the U.S. is not the entire planet, in case you didn't notice. There's 95% of the world does not live in the United States and is not subject to the U.S. government.
You're 100% right, but this is how it still works, because there is a side of everything that you're not realizing. Okay,
Not
so
even close.
okay, so
Hey,
could
you guys
there,
do a Google search real quick on there was some observatory that was put under gag order and it was taken over by the FBI not too long ago. I don't remember the name of it or what the story was, but it might be relevant to this topic.
It may be. Hang on, let me look it up. Because observatory.
If you want a more realistic version of what this would actually look like, and this was from 1996. You ever seen the movie Contact?
Yes.
Well, that's about how that would go, and that was a very contrived example. Basically, before the scientists ever knew that they had something interesting, they would have told their friends over on the other side of the planet, and then everybody else would blab, and it would get out very quick.
Yeah,
And
but
everybody would be very excited about it.
yeah, but the same thing like we just talked. Riggs, I couldn't find anything. The same thing like we were just talking about the TED talk I listened to with the astronomers that saw what they thought was like could be like they didn't say it was could be a Dyson sphere.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
That in that
speculated.
in that same situation, it has been, yeah. See, you've already decided that that's not what it is, and
No,
there is
I'm
another explanation for it, and
no, what I'm saying, no, you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm saying it is most likely not.
Exactly.
I'm not saying for sure.
Mhm.
I'm saying it is most likely not. And there's the most likely case, because that's been the case so far every time, is it's just a natural phenomenon that we did not quite understand or didn't have enough data for. Now the question is, there's 10,000 other things every day that are weird and that you don't understand. How do you decide with a finite amount of money and time to spend on stuff, which ones you're going to go after? Because you get over-focused on this one, and there's 10 other folks in the room that each have their own pet project, and they're going to say, oh yeah, this is just a whole bunch of baloney. We've got something much more interesting and much more likely to come with actual results here. Please fund this, or please spend time on this. How do you decide?
I see what you're saying. Okay, so here's the link that one of the links. Hang on, okay, I have to mute for a half a second.
What are we into now?
I don't know. I myself will
Okay.
have to leave pretty soon, but
Yeah, I'm gonna be ending it pretty soon. That was my wife. She's on her way. We
gotcha.
were delving into um, if a planet busting asteroid came into view, could they hide that from other astronomers, or hide that information once known? My question was that because I do question whether or not if we saw one, would us on this panel find out about it? I have suggested that there are situations where entities that would have anything to do with those type of things could put a gag order on the situation. He said he wanted to see stuff. I don't have one for astronomers. Okay, I brought up meteorologists because I do know about how meteorologists, whether they're professional on TV or they're even amateurs that are just discussing it, watching weather stuff, and coming to conclusions based off data. They're not allowed to talk about certain projects. They can restrict projects being talked about. They don't allow scientists, they don't allow meteorologists to discuss weather modification projects that are being done or research wise that are being done. Those are situations where they're doing things and they can definitely put as this thing says, a muzzle on the information getting to you and I.
I think you're kind of misconstruing here what
This
this
is this is
order
just
was
one
about.
up. No. This is just an example that they can do stuff. But there are I have others. I can find those too. This is not
This is
my proof of what I just said.
okay. Well, in that case, bring up one that is better, because I can tell you exactly what this order was about, because I remember it being put out and the amount of shit that was flying around the internet when the order was put out. It wasn't at all quiet, I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't really a gag order at all. The media like to characterize it as such. It's more of a communications structuring order for the agency's employees. So it's more like an internal order for a company that says, hey, before you talk to the press, please run it through marketing and or PR
Yeah.
or
Okay. Yeah.
whatever.
Yes. Okay. You're not talking about what's on the screen. You're talking about what I'm talking about. Okay.
Well, I'm talking about
Yes.
this one specifically, the Bush
Oh.
era communications order that they had for NOAA scientists. Is
Okay.
mostly a matter of like before you publish, please run it by the agency for political approval, and that was actually heavily criticized in the media at the time. It's because it was blatant political interference in the scientific process. I get what you mean, probably, and there's another angle you can actually approach this from. You're talking about the asteroid stuff. What would be the help? Like, what would it get the government to quiet people about it?
Mass hysteria, purpose to survive.
Okay, is it gonna, if let's say if we're gonna get hit by it, and it's a very high likelihood that we're gonna get hit by it, what would it help the government if nobody knew about it and then it happened? Would it change the course of history at all?
It would mean that people. Okay, so let's put ourselves in that situation, and I'm the government, and I decide not to tell everyone. What that means is let's go the other way. I decide to
actually shoot yourself in the foot with that.
Well, hang on. I decide to tell everyone, right? Then what happens is the world wants to know what we're going to do and how we're going to solve the problem, and if we can't stop it, what are we going to do next? All that becomes hysteria rather than hiding it and being able to try to figure out all those things in between that.
And that's where you are making the wrong assumption that hiding it actually helps, because hiding it actually makes it worse. The sooner you have a large object on a collision course with Earth, the sooner you know about it, the sooner you can actually, the easier you can actually divert it, because it doesn't take much. One of the typical examples also given by Neil deGrasse Tyson is you can literally just build a big ass rocket with some mass on it, park it next to the object, and the slight gravitational influence just from the rocket itself might give it deflect its trajectory enough to the point where if you do it early enough, you literally just don't have to do anything else. It'll literally harmlessly fly by. That's how tight the orbital tolerances are for making a deflection early on. Now, the later you start and intercept it, if you wait until it's like weeks away, then we're fucked. Yes, but if you do it 30 years ahead of time, it doesn't really take all that much. You can literally just probably launch a single nuke at it, or even not even a nuke. You can literally just launch a single rocket at it, bump into it, and that would push it enough to where it would miss the Earth. So the sooner you know about it, the sooner you try to do something about it, the easier it is to deflect.
And I think that's kind of what DART was about. More, if we can intersect it, you can do what you need to. Where the fuck were you yesterday? Because this was part of it. I think
possibly.
I think the talk of asteroids is the main purpose of them wanting to mine them. I think it also becomes the purpose of defense in those type of situations, because regardless of you saying they know all of them, I fully believe, and I'm pretty sure they would admit, that there are objects in the millions we have not got a good track on and could potentially be dangerous.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was literally trying to explain there with the graph, is that between the bottom of our detection range and to where some amount of damage could be done, there's enough of room there that we probably want to improve our detection system such that we'd be able to detect them earlier. Like the one that fell over the city of Chelyabinsk, which was about a decade ago at this point. Was it? I don't know. You tell me. This might have been like 6 years ago. There was a comet that literally fell over Chelyabinsk, and it exploded in the sky. And it was a fairly small chunk. It was like 20, 30 meters across. It was below our detection limit, and we didn't know about it until it actually hit the Earth. Now, in that case, it was too small to cause any significant damage, but it still blew out lots of people's windows in the city. It still caused a bunch of small injuries on people, mostly because they looked at, pretty light in the sky, and then when their blast wave hit, it literally just, they were standing right in front of their window, so they just got a face full of glass. Fortunately, that was about the limit of it. Now, if it had been somewhat larger, it could have caused more damage to where it might have, cause actual ground level damage before we could have detected it. What is the coefficient of where we could have detected it versus the amount of damage? That gets a little bit murky. So there is definitely motivation to where we would want to improve our detection limits such that we could map those objects out better and know ahead of time if they're going to be an issue. But in terms of like the actual planet busters, we're talking kilometer-size objects. No, they're essentially all accounted for, and we know where they are. They're not going to be an issue for a very long time.
Now, you made it seem like you had maybe a little bit of an issue with the mining of asteroids. I heard a little tiff.
It's mining of asteroids is one of those sci-fi concepts that is cute on paper, but is very little and marginal utility. Because asteroids are not made of anything that we don't necessarily have here on Earth. Like the amount of the elements that are in space are the same as the ones we have here on Earth. It's mostly a matter of like some asteroids might be composed of more precious metals or more precious materials than we have on Earth readily to hand, but they're fucking asteroids. They're really difficult to get to. So think about it like this: if you discovered an asteroid made of solid gold,
but see, that's the thing. They're difficult to get to, unless you can get to them and change where their path.
Right. So let me put it like this: imagine you find an asteroid made of solid gold, right? And you decide that you want to get it. For whatever reason, you just want to mine a solid gold nugget in the sky. What is the price you're willing to pay per kilogram of gold to get it down here to Earth or wherever you need it versus mining it here on Earth? Because there's a finite amount of money that a kilo of gold here costs on the Earth. It's, I don't know, maybe like $50,000 or whatever, or maybe more. So are you able to man or are you able to staff and conduct a mission that's going to get you that asteroid for less than $50,000 a kilo? And the answer is most likely no.
Okay. What if the situation isn't to bring it back to Earth? What if it's to extend further exploration?
Right. That's about the limit of where it's useful.
But okay. So right now, China, Japan, and a few United States, we're putting stuff in space for the purpose of mining asteroids and the moon. The purpose would be to be, for instance, if we'd probably start at the moon. If you could abstract enough resources from the moon, it means from us being there, like Apollo style 3 days, it would be the difference between us being there for a little bit to us actually having a long-term stay. Our presence is a better way of saying it on the moon.
Right, I know. And that's about where the mining mission makes sense. If you try to get it to somewhere not on Earth, then yeah, there's some utility in that. It might be cheaper to literally just grab it from outer space. Maybe if you find a small asteroid, a few meters across or something, that has enough of the stuff that you care about, and it's not too much of a hassle to get to, and then pull it into an orbit that is favorable. Now that's still going to be a fairly tall order. You're talking expending a lot of fuel and a lot of rocket energy to get it to where you're trying to get, but it might still be cheaper than literally just mining it here on Earth and then launching it up into space, because the Earth is actually kind of difficult to get off.
Yeah, because of gravity.
But
see, because
in that case, it might make sense.
Okay, because if we start talking about going to Mars, not just sending things to Mars, us going to Mars, it will be from the moon. It won't be from fucking Earth.
I would say probably not, but I don't know. Like there's just still too many question marks about a potential Mars mission. How the structure of the mission is going to be. That I'm not confident to say for sure that it's going to be done one way or the other.
Well, this is
there
why.
Are arguments for,
but here's the thing.
Direction.
But here's how you get to doing it. You decide to do the same thing you're going to do on Mars, somewhere you can get to. And once you've established that you can not only get your resources from said area, you can establish a means of survival there. Because you're gonna want to try. We do this already, right? We already fucking do. Or I don't know why, cause we already do this in biodomes here in Arizona, right?
I understand what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
But the utility of a moon base for a Mars mission is there's some utility and there's also limited utility because the moon is not Mars. The moon doesn't have the same geology as Mars. It doesn't have an atmosphere.
No.
It's
But it
much
gives
easier to
us.
get to.
But it shows us that we can establish a colony. I don't know. Somewhere else.
I know, and as
then,
a jumping off point, as in
yes.
to demonstrate that we can actually make a self-sustaining society or whatever. Moon is most definitely the most logical place to do it. Obviously, not directly to Mars necessarily, because at least from the moon, it's only about a 3-day trek back to Earth, whereas from Mars, it's got to be, 6 to 12 months.
I thought it was years. Okay, but hang on.
It's not years. It depends upon the orbital position. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think the moon is so important, because I think I'm almost positive of this. If we are looking at the solar system and the Goldilocks spot, as we will, the moon at a certain point is substantially closer to Mars than we are, and that's why I say it'd be a jump. That's why it'd be a jump off point.
No,
What?
no, not even close.
Okay,
the moon and the Earth are the same distance from Mars for all intent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very nearly.
So I guess the question would be: does the moon get between us and Mars?
Yeah, and you're 230,000 miles closer.
Yeah, that's a lot.
40 million miles away.
So it's still fucking closer.
I need to. Okay.
Hang on. It's not only close. Hang on. Not only is it closer. Now I get that on the scale, because I know you're about to do the scale thing, and I understand the scale that it's nothing. But wouldn't it also be easier to launch and go and get there faster from a planet with or a place with less gravitational?
I know exactly what you mean. It's a sensible approach to think about it that way. But I'm going to show you exactly. I don't assume that you've ever played Kerbal Space Program, have you?
No, I've fucking seen it though.
Okay. In that case, let me show you an image about how you can think about stellar distances and how difficult it is to get to somewhere. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and download the image. I'm going to paste it into chat here, and I'm also going to screen share it so I can talk about it.
Yep, hang on.
Okay. And I'm going to screen share so you can see what I'm talking about. I can annotate it and stuff. Can you see my screen? Hello? I think you might be busy.
Yeah, we can see it though. Yeah, it's there. It's up. You can talk about it if you wish.
Okay, I just want to make sure that Sean hears what I'm talking about. I'm guessing he has wife duties right now.
Well, his mic's open though, so that's I don't know. You there?
Or did he get it? Was he out and trying to get a beverage or something? Oh shit. No. No problem. Can I talk? Can you see my screen? Okay, cool. So this is how we usually represent distances to get to somewhere. You'll notice that there are some weird numbers on here, none of which seem to correlate with like actual spatial distance. And what these are the amount of speed, or typically it's called a delta V map. Delta V meaning just change in speed. In gravitational fields, if you change your speed by a certain amount, you will automatically change the shape of the orbit. And you can set it up in such a way that you can transfer from one position in an orbit to another body. So let's say from Earth to the moon. And basically, if you sum up all the numbers along this line, that is the amount of change in velocity that you need to expend to get to where you're trying to go. You with me so far? So from the Earth's surface to low orbit, like a 250-kilometer orbit, it takes, this is some slop, but it's more or less about 9 kilometers per second is you need to accelerate. So if you're on a standstill on the surface of the Earth, get to low Earth orbit, you need to speed up by this amount. And depending on how much payload you want to put in here and the efficiency of your rocket, there's a very simple equation. You can figure out
well,
how big of a rocket you need.
So that's what,
okay?
20? That's 24,000 miles an hour, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
This is just listed in kilometers per second because it's a little bit easier to do the math on it. But you can just translate this into miles per second or whatever, or miles per hour if that helps. Then from low Earth orbit to get to geostationary transfer orbit, so that's not even still have not left the Earth sphere of influence. You need to gain another 2.44. Then from geostationary transfer to moon transfer, so that at this point you are able to go from low Earth orbit to transfer to the moon. You've not yet captured in the moon. You literally just go out to the moon and then come right back down to Earth. That's another 0.68. Then you have to go the other way, so not from the capture escape, but down to low orbit, 100-kilometer orbit above the moon. You have to gain another 0.14 and 0.68, or expend of the amount of fuel, so to speak, or the amount of energy, the speed change. And then from low moon orbit down to the moon's surface, it's another 1.72 kilometers per second of delta V that you need to expend. So sum up along this line, and that's how much it costs to get to where you're trying to go. Make sense?
Yes.
And by the way, Apollo had to go from Earth to low to transfer to moon to geostationary to moon transfer. So you had to go all the way here, all the way there, all the way down to the moon, back up from the moon, back up out of the Earth, out of the moon's orbit, back up into transfer, back down to low Earth orbit. And the only thing that they could save is this 9 kilometers per second at the end, because that you can basically aerobrake and accomplish that just by decelerating up against the Earth's atmosphere. So this you can sort of on the way back you can get for free. But the entire Saturn V stack up to the very last command module that actually came back down had to traverse and had to expend all of this energy to get all the way. Right?
Yeah.
Now they did it by using various stages and multiple craft and basically reassembling the craft partially to try and save on the amount of fuel that they had to do, because otherwise the rocket would have been ginormous, but you get the point. Now, to get to Mars is down here. So if you want to go from Earth to Mars direct ascent, to low Earth orbit, geostationary transfer, moon transfer, Earth capture, Earth-Mars transfer, another 0.39. Notice that from the moon transfer to Mars transfer, it's not actually all that much different to go to low moon orbit. It's actually probably cheaper.
Yep.
And then you need to capture, and you basically go down through the orbital altitudes. You don't have to necessarily, stop at these points. This is just an illustration of the amount of energy that it would take.
Yeah.
And to get all the way down to low circular orbit down to Mars, it would take this amount of energy. And then the rest of the way, you can mostly, again, Mars has at least somewhat of an atmosphere. You can save yourself this last step here. I'm sort of simplifying here. There's other ways to do this, and you can kind of save some points here and there along the way. You can do some trickery, but this is about to give you the rough idea of the scale. So now what I'm talking about why a Mars mission from the moon might not necessarily make more sense than directly from the Earth, because you first have to get down to the moon and then back out of the moon's sphere of influence to get to Mars. I mean, if you get to here, well, it might make sense actually just to go the rest of the way to Mars instead of descending down to the moon and then from moon dig yourself back out of the gravitational well and go to the moon.
But what if you were starting at the moon?
Yes, and that's the thing is it's energetically, technically, it's a lot cheaper to go from the moon because you don't have this giant expenditure here of 9.0 versus 1.7 to get into orbit.
The sum is less.
Technically, it is cheaper, but you still have to get to the moon. Humans do not live in the moon. So you still have to go there. and then you had to build a vehicle and the whole support infrastructure,
But
and then you had to launch it.
But that's a lot more possible when you start talking about extracting resources from the moon. It no longer becomes a back and forth.
Yes, potentially, but the question is now: do you want to assemble a spacecraft here on the moon with a very limited base and industrial base with basically nothing there, other than maybe a few people with a bunch of hammers, or are you going to be doing it from Earth? Because even if you have a space vehicle that can make it to Mars, you're going to be building it here on Earth. You're not going to be building it on the moon.
Why?
Let's just be clear about that.
Why?
The amount of technology that's going to have to go into such a vehicle.
No! You're right. You're right. Yeah. If anything, they're going to launch it. Any base that's going to be. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense what you're saying.
About the most the moon might make sense for, I guess, is. I mean, even so, as refueling stop, not really. I mean, there's some slight saving here, but it's literally just doing a sideways detour to a nice spot to then get to where you're actually trying to go.
What about if you took a tank, took an engine big enough to get you to Mars, empty, right? So it's dry. It's you're not having to expend much out to get there, and then you refueled it. You've actually fueled it on the moon.
On the moon, it wouldn't really make sense because the moon is just too close to Earth's gravitational well to where it doesn't really get you all that much. Almost certainly, every mission that's going to go to Mars and back with humans is going to have to refuel on Mars itself. And the way we do that is we'd have to have an earlier robotic launch that is not intended for a return mission that will carry some sort of fuel refining plant that would that you could make. You can for example mine subsurface Martian ice.
Yes.
And electrolyze it into hydrogen and oxygen and make rocket fuel out of that, or methane actually is the plan. That's basically.
Well, that's exactly what Japan and China have already done on the moon. Not to that full extent, but they have rovers there that are doing that.
No.
Yes.
They've put rovers onto the moon, but there's no chemical refining plant or anything like that.
No. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. No. They've put
probes onto Mars
right now. What they currently have done, and actually just recently did, is land rovers with whatever they use. I forget the name of the word, to find minerals and resources in the ground. They have rovers and satellites that are you're using to detect those things for future mining missions.
Yes, absolutely. And there are spectroscopes. Yes, spectroscope is probably the thing you're talking about. Like, there's a bunch of different instruments you can do to like ascertain what the moon's composition is and that kind of stuff. We've known that, to be honest, quite well for quite a while now.
But that
I'm not sure there's very much carbon in lunar regolith. Lumar regolith. Do you know? Would the moon's surface actually be useful for like making rocket fuel?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's mostly like silica, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
from what I played yesterday, because
Unless you can figure out a way to fly your rocket on the playground.
If I may, gentlemen, apparently the moon has O3, which is the thing they use for the oxidization agent of rocket fuel. That was something why it was really attracting attention because of the O3 fact. Thank you.
So the moon has water on it, not much, and most of it is actually in craters on the poles, where the sun never shines, so it basically doesn't sublimate out of the moon. Because any water that is around anywhere where you get sunlight is basically going to get heated by sunlight, and that's going to sublimate out into the vacuum of space and essentially get blown away. So the moon doesn't really have any water around anywhere in the equatorial region. It's mostly in just permanently shaded craters in the poles. There's not much water. There's some water, I guess. So you could use that to make hydrogen and oxygen. That's useful as rocket fuel, but I don't think the moon has any significant amounts of carbon in it, which is what you need to make methane, which is the fuel that SpaceX want to use to get to Mars and back. That's not the only kind of fuel, of course, you can use. There's other ways you can use fuel and make propellant and stuff.
So yesterday when I played, because I played the thing on the moon mining and stuff, asteroid mining stuff. From what I got from it was that the moon would be more of a transfer station. Anything mined on the moon would most likely be towards us being able to be on the moon for longer than a few days.
Right. And yeah, and in that case, the stuff would be used locally. It wouldn't actually be launched into space and used for something different.
No. I think that primarily would be
for local consumption.
I think because what I'm seeing in your graph actually is what I think is happening. I think the mining of the moon is to colonize it. The purpose of colonizing the moon isn't to go to Mars, but to mine asteroids. And that's where the resources the real resources that are actually there, like the moon doesn't have it. There, we do know those asteroids do hold some of these things being, I mean, we're talking on the thousands and thousands, even millions of a scale the size of Earth, contain resources that are actually usable in scale. So,
I suppose
the average asteroid that we know of, right, of size, holds enough of these resources to be worth even talking about it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about it.
It's only in context, in context of what you're trying to accomplish. If you got a mission, if you've got a base on the moon, or let's say around the moon or something, so that you don't have to go down to the surface, because that's actually fairly energetically expensive. But if you are in low moon orbit, then yes, it is cheaper to get stuff from a nearby asteroid. If you just sum this up, 0.05, 0.09, 0.1468 to get to low moon orbit, instead of going down to the surface and bringing it back up, that's cheaper, and much cheaper than carrying it over from the Earth. Yeah. So there, it kind of sort of makes sense, but at the same time, I mean, building an industrial base out in space, that's a tall order. That's not easy to do.
Haven't we already done it with the ISS?
No.
Not. I know.
No, the ISS doesn't manufacture anything.
I know, but we have shown that we can colonize space, is what that shows. I mean, that just is a stepping block.
Yeah.
To what we're talking about.
There's definitely a plan to have a permanent base around the moon. It's just I'm not sure that it's the most sensible place to put heavy machinery, is what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah,
because
I get it.
Getting stuff into orbit is just super expensive.
If I may, something that was just been brought up recently, I think I saw on like a NASA-y kind of thing, was that the actual moon dust itself is very finely ground hard stuff, like really tiny grinding powder, grinding paste, like you use for Velt. And also, the way it's bombarded by the sun makes it a higher than normal static area. So things like those moon suits, once you start using them, the dust sticks to it around the joints, and filtering the dust out of things will be a major, major issue. So corrosion, not so much from chemistry, but from actually ground down rock, is going to be a real issue in the future. They're going to need to find electric ways of de-static, like an anti-static gun, I guess, used to put on your old vinyl record.
Yeah,
well, that's actually, from what I was reading, that's actually
about it.
Yeah, that's actually the biggest issue that they have right now. It's not even so much can they, because this isn't even really in question, Totoro. I'm pretty sure you agree with me on this part. The thing isn't, can we put a box that can regenerate oxygen on the moon? That's the easy fucking part. The problem starts with that fine dust you're talking about. As of right now, I think the biggest issue I've heard with putting someone on the moon long term is we don't even have a filtration system that would be able to purify the oxygen enough to have a human in a pod, because that's what it would be, long enough.
I mean, no, the ISS is actually a pretty good proving ground for this. They have something like 95% recycling capability for both of their air and their waste to be able to reuse. So it's a fairly well enclosed system, and then you don't really have to add in that much more. But eventually, the problem is that
the dust.
It's just a cost. Well, if we're talking about things like sitting it down on the surface of the moon, it's a question of like eventually that person's probably going to want to go home. So there's that, typically. So there's that minor expense of having to chauffeur a bunch of people back and forth to the moon, which gets very expensive very, very fast.
Oh, I can tell you right
And
now,
second,
that shit, the first person planning to stay on the moon, that motherfucker is on a no return trip.
I mean, that's kind of by definition.
And Mars for sure.
The question is more about how many resources is it going to take to make a self-sustainable base on Moon, Mars, pick your poison. And it's not a question of technology, because the technology is reasonably well understood. Like it's not sci-fi to understand how to get this done. It's just a matter of like how much money are we willing to spend on this, because it's not going to be easy and it's going to be expensive.
Very.
Yeah, so the reason why we were able to get people to the moon and back in the 1960s is simply the most wealthy industrialized nation on the planet decided to literally spend 5% of their federal budget on it every year for a decade. That's why we got it done. Now compare the breadth of research that NASA that was the only thing that NASA did, by the way, in the 60s. That's it. Pretty much. Compare the breadth of research that NASA does nowadays on a budget that is essentially 1/10 of that. By comparison, NASA right now, its budget is less than a half a percentage point of the federal budget. Back then it was 5%, so 10 times more money for a whole hell of a lot less mission to accomplish. That's why, like, if you said that, okay, I'm willing to pay 5% more taxes to get people to Mars within 1 to 2 decades, then yes, we could do it in 1 to 2 decades. It's not a question of not being able to do it. We could. It's just a matter of like, are you willing to spend it? It's largely a question of like political will, not the technology. The technology is well understood.
No, yes, I know exactly. And I want to preface this. I really want to preface this part right now. Like, they are absolutely in the infant stage of this conversation that we just had. And this is also kind of plays into what we were talking about yesterday. I wish you would have been yesterday. I had so many questions because I did on space mining and all that stuff. This is very in the infant stage. What we're talking about, and I think you can agree, we're talking 20 years. I don't give a fuck if we go back to the moon next year. When we start talking colonizing, like someone staying there for longer than a few days, this is not going to happen any fucking time soon. When we talk mining an asteroid, that's another decade from putting a machine on there to see if it's possible, I think.
Right.
This is definitely 90% of what we were talking about is what if and future.
And I would say your time scale is probably optimistic compared to mine by about a factor of 10.
Yeah. I'm hoping. I hope, because I want to see this shit.
I hope personally that I'm still going to be alive to see when a human lands on Mars. That's my personal hope.
I doubt it.
Maybe, I don't know.
I think.
The funny part is
remember this. I think Boots, and this is another significant thing. Regardless of how we get to Mars, right? Earth, Moon, blah blah blah. I can't imagine them putting boots on the ground in Mars without a biodome, a biopod, right? That'd be a good one. A biopod, which they would have tested away from Earth, I think. Well, how would they?
I mean, probably on Mars. I mean, you can literally just make it a robotic mission, land there, and test it remotely.
No. You said feet on the ground. You said people.
What I mean is test. Obviously, the equipment is going to have to be tested on Mars before any people get there. So we're going to have. It's going to be a multi-year.
Okay.
It's going to be a multi-year mission to where you're going to launch technological missions ahead of time. They're going to bring all the equipment, all the field farming, all the stuff. We're going to test it all remotely with robots, with some Curiosity style thing roving about and testing out all the pieces of the system. Basically set it up such that when the people get there, it's essentially all a ready-made home for them.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I didn't think. I don't know why I didn't think about that part right away.
Because you're gonna have to. Yeah. Because of the way the orbital alignment works, you're gonna have to stay there for a few months, at least 3 to 6 months.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now, the first person on Mars, regardless of the technology they have before they get there, is not fucking coming back. They're not. I'm sorry.
Well, let's hope they will.
No, fuck that. Let's be real, motherfuckers. Because I know you know about this. There is a thing you could everybody. Hey, what's up, Toby? There's a place. There's a thing everybody can go to right now, and you can sign up to be part of the first Mars mission. And on that fucking application, it states it is not a fucking return trip.
Those are borderline scam projects, I would say.
No. NASA
I know.
Put that out, and I guarantee. And I understand. Hang on, I understand that if I put an application in there, the chances of me are less than me winning the lottery 7 times. I get that. I 100% get that. But what it does do is it does put the civilian population, which they do want to involve in these type of things, what it would do is it would put them in a situation where they can get the best of the best. And it would put them in a situation where they have more candidates for this endeavor that isn't going to happen anytime fucking soon. But they have candidates. They have a test pool. Sure. They have people to test things on, and equipment and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I suppose.
But the idea, remember, getting there and setting up and being able to stay there is the easiest part of the return trip game idea. Mm-hmm. And
I suppose.
And getting there is a known mission, right? It is this what they want to do. They want to put boots on the fucking ground. But you do not hear them talking about, we need to have return trip before we put boots on the ground. They do not talk like that.
Okay. I'm not really sure. I don't think a one-way Mars mission is going to be the first thing. Actually, it's going to be a return trip. Because then if you have somebody die there and you never ever plan to get them back, then you're not going to get any more volunteers. So, like that'll kill the project.
Now, you ready for this? Here's where the lines get sketchy again. Because I also went over the space treaty. And the space treaty says that anybody that dies in space, you have to fucking bring them home. Does Mars, the surface of Mars, count as space?
Well, that's the question. And it's even the outer space treaties. I mean, whatever. It's a piece of paper at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. And I want you to remember, we leave bodies on Mount Everest every single fucking day.
I know. Yeah, I know. Like I said, the outer space treaty is mostly a matter of agreement between nations, not to be dicks to each other for no reason. But at the end of the day, what are you gonna do if somebody breaks the treaty or decides to exit?
You throw your fucking
go complain to God.
No. You fucking throw your space force at them.
Right.
You think it's a joke? Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna send train squirrels with the M16s and jetpacks.
Name me one fucking large-scale mining operation that doesn't have a military influence defending it or guarding it.
Yeah, we're back to the mining and the space force.
Okay. Are they talking about mining asteroids?
I mean, it's been talked about in the scientific community for probably a century. So.
Yes. Okay. Well, now they're doing that. Now they're building technology for it. They're not just talking about it. So, with that being said, now you're saying they're not?
The asteroid return missions that are being planned in serious and in earnest are not actually necessarily to extract any valuable resources. It's mostly to test the technology for long-term habitation in space.
I don't care about return missions. Bringing stuff back, I don't care about. I'm talking about and this is why I brought up the space treaty, because that space treaty basically also and it even references like the Antarctic Treaty. The main reason for these treaties would be to stop America, Russia, China, Japan from going to the moon and going, the moon is mine. You guys cannot land here anymore. Every resource is mine. Anything we get from it is mine. That's what a quote-unquote space treaty essentially is. But now when we start talking about mining resources from the moon, which is more than plausible in this discussion with technology and ability, it becomes an issue of who gets the resources and what spot they get. Now, the reason I said the Space Force is because, no, they're not going to have jetpacks and they're shooting around, but they are going to want to secure their locations for these endeavors. And doing so means, okay, if now, exactly. So China, Japan, and United States and Russia, as of right now, have the technology to mine these objects in theory. They also,
I mean, lots
now,
of countries do.
Yeah. But China, United States, and Japan are vocally talking about wanting to learn more about the resources on the asteroid because we have limited supply here, and they are pushing this. I played this. In fact, I'll play it fucking again. They are pushing these resources for the purpose. They're pushing these ideas and wants out to the public as, hey, we have limited resources here. If we don't do something about it, we're going to be put in a spot where we won't be able to help. We won't be able to produce energy, blah, 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 because of climate change. And because of that, they are now doing this endeavor called asteroid mining. And they're now looking into it because there's an abundance of resources there. You cannot run out of resources in space.
I can assure you, if you want to combat climate change, you don't do it by mining asteroids. That's about the dumbest method of doing it.
But what I'm saying, okay, you're saying that, but that is what they are saying to the public today. Why the public goes, the people that aren't involved in this conversation, me and you, right? That because keep it real. What everyone calls normies. They don't know this stuff. So when they hear mining asteroids, and this is now in mainstream media, they hear mining asteroids. The reason they are telling the public mining asteroids is a thing is because of global warming and the fucking finite amount of renewables that we actually have on Earth. That is what they're telling the public.
Citation needed? Because
yes.
That sounds insane.
I'm happy you said so because yesterday I played this.
If somebody if some agency says that as a reasoning argument, then they're
no. Listen.
It's an idiotic.
Now listen, this is very important. If you understand this, 90% of the mining asteroid talk right now is not funded. It's through agencies like NASA, JAX, and whatever China's is, but it is private private companies that are producing this technology and funding these. Okay, so with that being said, hang on, let me get the video.
Okay, because it sounds like whatever. I'm gonna let you make your case as best you can. I'm not gonna comment on it yet.
Well, I'm gonna play what I played yesterday. One of the clips that when they were or I think it was CNN, if I remember correctly. Where did I put it? Wait, I will just play it off my screen. It'd actually be preferable
if you had the actual press releases from the agencies instead of somebody filtering it through. Because to be honest, I don't really take whatever CNN or whatever mainstream media says about something.
Well, they were talking to
endeavor.
Well, it's the expert that they were talking to, the one that was actually producing the technology to do this is what was talking.
Again,
I'm gonna go to my YouTube channel because just play it off there. So
sure.
Share screen. There it is. All right, so share screen. Share screen. Damn it. There we go. So it's the first thing I played, so let me get to that. All right, we'll start it there.
The International Energy Agency says investment in renewable energy must rise from $1 trillion a year to $4 trillion by 2030. But with that ramp up comes the risk of a concentration in supply chains, with increasing reliance on nations like China, Chile, Argentina and Bolivia for essential minerals and metals. Just remember, these resources are needed to produce everyday items like catalytic converters, lithium-ion batteries used in electric cars and computer chips. But instead of looking elsewhere underground, what if we look up at asteroids and the materials they might contain?
Japanese probe Hayabusa 2.
Okay, so like I said, that's what they're saying to the media, or to
well, no,
the
this
world.
is so far CNN making a whole, or whoever this is, making a whole bunch of conjecture.
Okay, hang on.
No, I mean,
that was
literally
not necessary because they were going to be there for just a few hours and then come back. But after that, that idea has stayed, and now it's becoming more real and more important, especially if we're talking about staying there for weeks and months at a time. Most of the operations at the beginning will be done robotically. We won't have humans on the surface. So we will have to have either remotely controlled or fully autonomous machines. They will have to be small because we are only limited to a certain mass that we can get to the moon. With a reduced gravity level, your traction goes down a little bit in terms of.
Yeah, that was my bad. That was one of the other scientists. That was the scientist that was talking about the purpose of going to the moon and staying there. And you remember I was saying mining the resources to stay on the moon.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, I'm agreeing there. Is in if you want to have a permanent base somewhere, then it would actually make total sense to try and make the place self-sufficient as much as you can, so you don't have to keep shipping in so much crap, because shipping in stuff from the Earth to the moon is expensive as hell.
Yes, but the point of my case is that the mainstream media, when talking to what we call normies, they are absolutely promoting mining asteroids as a renewable thing. You know what I mean?
Get what you mean. I get what you mean, and yes, they talk about a lot of stuff, but frankly, the mainstream media is so full of crap when it comes to scientific reporting.
Absolutely.
I barely even take whatever they say with any consideration.
Well,
like this,
obviously,
like here,
I do too.
Here it smells more like some science reporter who thought like, we should report on this. This will get us a bunch of clicks, and can connect two completely unrelated or barely tangential topics together.
But here's the problem.
There's a shortage of rare earth metals or minerals here on Earth, so let's try and mine them.
Here's what I'm going to do, because in that same thing, I'm going to find that I got to find the actual one, because in my edit, because I even said I edited it. She was talking to one of the guys that is part of the agency that's doing it for the United States, building the technology,
sure,
to investigate and mine, and he, as the expert, for this interview, where the fuck is it? As the expert for the interview, was basically saying the same thing. Yes, it is for this. We can get more. It's a finite amount, and that's the issue I have. Because
sure.
I'm sure you noticed at the beginning. I wasn't saying.
Sure.
To bring
so
it back here.
if you want to have a sort of a beat on the amount of this, I can give you an exact computation. We can go through it here in more detail. So if you want to look, and I can show you why it's complete hooey to try and mine asteroids to like for renewable energy resources.
Welcome back to First, but with that ramp, things like catalyst.
So what you're talking about typically is any kind of valuable mineral that is used for things like battery production, solar panel production, that kind of stuff. They fall into many categories, but one of the typical ones that we require are called rare earths. So things like if you want to make a high-powered magnet, you need like a type of material called neodymium. And if you look at the amount, do they break it out? Yeah, neodymium oxide. So this is This is like the amount of stuff that gets mined a year. That's just for the United States. And what's the units in here? Units. What are they talking about? Okay. Reserves. Oh, come on, what are the units? Okay, data in metric tons. Okay, metric tons. Include hundreds of tons. Okay. This seems way too low to be honest, but yeah, sure, whatever. Let's say you can find some, what is this, average price per kilogram. Exports, imports, production. There we go. So give or take, you're talking 40,000 metric tons in the US per year, right? And the US is actually a small player. It's like a 5 to 10% of global production. So multiply this by 10, that's about yearly production. So call it 500,000 tons of rare earths. If you manage to find an asteroid of nothing but rare earths, you just find a pure nugget. There's no need to mine it or
just bring it
there's
back.
No need to, yeah, literally just grab it off of there, and you find it in the nearest asteroid anywhere on Earth, right?
Just past the moon.
Let me show you. Yeah, just past the moon. We can literally just pluck it out of the sky.
Yep, there it is.
So you need to get it from about here. Where are you going to get it? Let's say you get it down to Earth for free. So I'm going to give you this path for free, but you need to get your vehicle that's actually going to get to the thing to the nearest asteroid, and then pull the whole asteroid back. So how much mass do we want to pull? How big of a how much you think would make a dent into the global production? 5%. Let's say we want a 10,000 ton asteroid, right? It's a quarter of the U.S. production, not much globally. Let's say we want to pull 10,000 tons. There's a fairly famous equation called the rocket equation that tells you how much fuel you need to actually pull something in space. And so first of all, I'm gonna tally up the amount of delta V we need to get back from nearest Earth asteroids back down to Earth. Okay. So it's 0.05. We need about that much plus 0.09 plus 0.68 plus 2.44. We need this, that, and that together. That's the amount of total delta V we need to expend to get to Earth. So we need 3.26 kilometers per second of delta V. So now we go into actually calculating how much fuel that's going to be. So you see a spreadsheet now, hopefully.
Yep.
So this is the amount of delta V we need, and there's a fairly famous rocket equation that tells you that the delta V you have is a parameter of efficiency of a rocket called specific impulse multiplied by Earth's standard gravity. That's just to give the specific impulse proper scale. Specific impulse is essentially the efficiency of the rocket. So the higher the number, the more efficient your rocket is. And then you need, and this is the kicker, you need a logarithm of the starting mass versus the end mass of the vehicle. So we call this the mass full versus mass empty. And that gives you the proportion of fuel that you need on the vehicle to pull some amount of mass, right? So let's plug the numbers in. So we know that, let's say, a typical specific impulse for a rocket, for a really good rocket engine, is about 450 seconds. Earth gravity is, we're going to just go ahead and use 9.8, close enough. And then the mass of the vehicle at the end has to include our payload. So how much did we say we need? 10,000 tons, right? So mass empty has to be at least 10 million kilograms. Now, how big of a vehicle do we? How massive would the vehicle have to be to actually contain this, right? Your typical a good rocket will be maybe let's say 2% of the final burnout mass. A very good rocket. So we're talking super highly efficient. It's like essentially just a tiny, a thin aluminum can around the payload. And you have to factor into this has to be all the fuel, all the rocket engines. I'm sorry, all the rocket engines that you need at the end. So it's about this amount of mass that we have to burn out at the end. So the mass full is going to be some number. We're going to figure that out. And the fuel is going to be the difference between the two. So it's going to be essentially just B12 minus B11. That's going to be our fuel right now. We have nothing here. We have no fuel. And I'm going to show you how to calculate the delta V. We need to get this amount of delta V, 3.26 kilometers per second, or 3,260 meters per second squared of delta V. So we're going to go equal sign. Specific impulse is our B9 multiplied by G, which is B10. So we're just multiplying the columns together here. Now we need the we need the natural logarithm of the mass at burnout, so that'll be B12 over B11. Now right now we have no mass here. So let's say that we start out with the same mass as here. We have no fuel on it. So it's going to be 10, 200,000, like that. Comes up to 0. We have no fuel. We cannot go anywhere. We have 0 meters per second delta V. So that's kind of not helpful, right? So let's say that it is twice as much fuel. Okay. So if we have 10,000 tons of fuel, we can almost get to there. Let's just say, and I'm going to make this so that you can actually see it a little bit easier. I'm going to say it's this, and then I'm going to give it a format so that you can see it in tons. Format cells, and we're going to give it tons, whatever that. So this is 10,200 tons of fuel. So we need probably a little bit more, just about. There we go. So we need about 11,000 tons of fuel to move 10,000 tons of mass from the nearest asteroid point to Earth low orbit. You with me so far?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. But, and here's the killer. This is assuming that we have that craft. This is, by the way, this is about twice the size of the Super Heavy launch booster on the pad here on Earth. So, here's a problem. This is assuming that we've already got it near the asteroid, fully fueled and ready to go. But we need to actually get it there, right?
So we need something bigger.
So we need about 9 kilometers per second to actually get into Earth orbit. Then we need to escape Earth orbit. That's going to be about there. Now we're just about to the nearest asteroid. So this is going to be the sum of 15 through to 19. So we need another 12 kilometers per second of delta V. Okay, well, how much is that?
Jesus.
So how much fuel do we need to? And we need both of these. So we need that and that together at launch on the ground here, right?
Yep.
So we need A5 plus A20, 15 kilometers per second of delta V. And we need to add the time of burnout. So do we need to, how much fuel will we need for that to move a 10,000 ton vehicle?
I want to say something real quick. Hang on. So just so in comparison, the 11,220 tons of fuel.
Yes.
Just so people know comparison-wise, I looked this up while you were doing it. The Saturn V rocket, the first stage, only had 20 tons.
20, no, it's 2,200 tons.
Okay, but the first stage was 20 tons. Okay, I see.
No, the first stage was 2,200. The entire vehicle was 2,200.
Yeah. Okay,
the entire vehicle was about 2,700 tons. So we're trying to move a mass of. We need to move that many kilos at the end. And we need to start out with how much? Well, let's see.
Okay, can you hang on? So it says that it produced 7.5 million pounds of thrust.
Yeah.
And that's at 2 minutes. I think this is part of what you're doing, the 2 minutes. Okay, it took 20 tons of fuel to do that.
Per second, probably.
It says, yes. 20 tons of fuel per second.
Per second. Yes. So now I'm trying to calculate here. In here, we need to get 15,500. That actually lets us move our, 12,200, sorry. So let me delete this. We're trying to get 12,200 here. That's going to let us move a 20,000 ton rocket up into near an asteroid. So how much fuel do we need? Still not enough. Still not enough. Just about. Let me scale it down, correct? Because working with logarithms is a little bit tricky. There we go. It's about, I don't know, like 38. And there's actually a proper way to analytically solve this, but I don't really care to solve it correctly. So we need to start a vehicle on the ground here at 345,780 tons. That's about 3.5 aircraft carriers worth of payload. That'll be a rocket the size of a city. In order to return 10,000 tons of rare earths from the nearest asteroids. That's why I'm telling you it's complete nonsense to try and offset global warming or whatever, try and make like the amount of fuel. It's just not practicable.
Okay, and I agree with you. But like I said, that's what they are promoting. And with that being said, what we're going to do is I'm going to play this and then we're going to end the stream because I've been going a long time.
Sure. But by the way, if you want it in pounds, here it is in pounds, 760 million pounds. Is that scale? About right. Yeah.
I definitely see why it's just unrealistic. So basically, what you're saying is the amount of resources they can get off the asteroid. Saying we're playing the Goldilocks game of it's the nugget.
Yes.
At best, what we'd be able to do is take 11,222 tons worth of material and take that off our fuel tally.
Yeah. Yeah. and by the way, still the U.S. itself mines 4 times as many rare earths here on Earth, and the U.S. is not even the largest producer, not by far.
So then,
in other words, just mine it out here.
Okay, but that would mean that any talk of mining asteroids does have a different purpose, for sure.
If it's something that's much less material required, and it's something where you're not going to return it back to Earth, you want it for some other purpose, then maybe.
Exactly. Okay. Now I'm gonna.
If you're going to keep it in space, and you only need like 20 tons of it, maybe.
Okay. So remember, I'm going to play this, and then we're going to end the stream. This is the part of that interview. This is the part where the expert. This is a guy that is like the CEO of the technology being built for it, and he's gonna. It's just the rest of that interview about the CNN describing it as a global warming solution.
Now you really have to explain. What made you go, I know, we need more of these mineral resources and metal resources. Let's look at asteroids.
Yeah, I mean, we know we're running out of these resources on our planet. And we also know a lot about asteroids. They hit our Earth every day. We call them meteorites. And we can go out and study them and look at what kind of metals are available on them and what their concentrations are. And we went and did that. And what we found is that certain elements on our periodic table are in much higher concentrations than anything we have on Earth of these specific metals. Specifically, we're going after the platinum group metals to start with, because that's what we've identified as one of these resources that is wildly abundant in space.
How much higher in terms of concentration? Just to give us a sense.
Yeah, we have some asteroids that we've identified that have up to 10,000 times the percent of platinum group metals on them than the ore deposits on Earth. So in some cases, extremely high.
Okay, but this is where it gets.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, notice he was talking about, well, first of all, he's a owner of a business, so he's most likely trying to get, funding, really. So it's I'm pretty sure he's really just trying to sell a bill of goods here. And second of all, notice that he immediately went for the most expensive stuff that we have on Earth, platinum group metals. So the stuff that is tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram yeah, because it's so rare. But even then, I mean, trying to mine it from space and bring it back down to Earth is a great way to 10x the cost or 100x the cost. Right. Not just that. I mean, to be honest, 500 tons, yes, I mean, it's expensive, but the amount of money you'd have to spend to actually get there, just go ahead and yeah, just go ahead and fucking buy the platinum on the open market, and you're probably going to be left with 10 times more. Yeah, I mean, that's probably even more complicated, but yes, the only time platinum making elements and making like composites like diamond is a little bit different. But if you want to just if the only time where mining a space rock would make sense is for stuff that literally either doesn't exist on Earth or is so freaking rare that you just can't get it. It doesn't exist in sufficient quantities, like you were talking about the other day about helium-3. Okay, yeah, sure. Helium-3, there are literally individual kilograms on Earth, in which case, yes, if you get a way to get helium-3 in amounts that would be in hundreds of kilograms to thousands of kilograms out in space, then it might make sense to return. Just because of the fact that a gram of helium-3 costs like $10,000 or some stupid number. There's literally, like, if you want to make a project that needs 100 kilos of it, there's literally not enough on the planet. Yes, that's one of the folks. That's one of the ways that folks have been thinking about. Like, if we had helium-3, fusion power would be a whole lot simpler. Well, maybe. It'd still be freaking hard, but maybe marginally simpler. But at the same time, getting damn stuff is extremely difficult. So all you've done is you just moved one difficulty from one department to another department. So you basically just made it somebody else's problem. So whatever. Anyway. Always a pleasure. Have a good one. Cheers.
I love when I do that. Fucking A. Been muted this whole time. Nothing I said was important. Doesn't matter. We were just basically, I was rambling about the idea that they promote it being worth renewable getting, and I was saying that, as you heard him say, helium-3 would be worth it. Luckily, it was the last 2 minutes of the stream, so I don't really care too much. I appreciate you guys being here, and anyone that stayed for me being quiet for the last 2 minutes on accident. I will be streaming tomorrow, probably around the same time. Topic, I don't know. There's a lot of things to get into, so we'll see what that is going to be. You will have to join, or at least see that I am scheduling a live stream to know what it's about. I'd like to thank everyone that joined the panel, everyone that was in the chat. Excuse me. And definitely thank Totoro, because goddamn, he is the smartest one on the panel. That's for damn sure. I just so you're clear, I wanted to play that last part, and I wanted to talk about and show that news interview with that guy, specifically because a lot of, you gotta remember, a lot of the stuff that people are getting is that kind of information, and then it trickles down, like Totoro said, the phone game effect. That happens a lot. And I wanted to show this because a lot of people assume that it's just to get back here, right? Get these minerals and get it back here for that because of what they've heard. And then at the same token, people assume that's what's being said when someone like myself brings up this topic. Just because it's not in the guides of what you know doesn't mean it's not existing. You should probably look it up, research it a little bit more. I'm not even saying everything I'm saying is fact, because I'm not smart at all. And I have to do a lot of research. And because of that, I say, hear what I say, use it as a tool, and continue from there. I do appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to hold my rants to a minimum just because I've already been talking so much this afternoon, and it's a long stream. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a good one, and I'll see you guys around. Peace.
Disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a what? Mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and the pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the drive and I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Van Gogh. I just did it. W's only, I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm a baddie, she bad, but she totally nice. Sneeuw så blue en het toes wil ik white. Ik kom niet met jou, dat is zo voor mijn lijk. Je doet het for sure, but